Receptionist.
Yeah, a receptionist. Her husband died. So, would you please just bow your heads just for a moment of silence in honor of our receptionist and her husband. Amen.
Amen.
Mr. Chairman, I believe the mics are on.
Just turn it on.
Terry.
Is it on now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. B, would you please call the roll?
Ms. McCullough?
Here.
Mr. Everson?
Here.
Mr. Oliver Jenkins? Mr. Corbin?
Here.
Mr. Webb?
Here.
Mr. Shine?
Present.
Mr. Sam Jenkins?
Present.
Okay. Could I get a motion for the approval of the
So moved.
minutes of the administrative conference Friday, May 23rd, and city council meeting Tuesday, May the 22nd? It has been moved by Councilman Oliver Jenkins and seconded by Councilman Ron Webb. All in favor vote yea, opposes nay.
Mr. Everson and Ms. McCullough?
Okay, with a 7-0 vote, minutes have been approved. I don't generally do this, but because of Jerry Jones and Tom Arsenault, I know they on the clock, and you know how lawyers are when they're on the clock, they want to stretch it as long as they can. But what I'm going to do is ask the council to suspend the rules, and we're going to take the MPC zoning appeals of SC 1314 number 1 on our agenda, and then we'll come back and get the mayor's comments, because he might have a lot of comments on this, and I'll come back and get the council comments, and they might have a lot of comments on this zoning case. So
move on suspension. Second.
okay, it's been moved by Councilman Ron Webb, second by Councilman Oliver Jenkins, that we would suspend the rules. All in favor vote yea. The rules have been suspended with a 7-0 vote. Now, can I get a motion to bring up MPC zoning case SC 1314?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilman Ron Webb, second by Councilwoman McCullough, that we would bring this up at this particular time. All in favor vote yes, opposes nay. Okay, it's been approved with a 7-0 vote. Mr. Thompson,
Yes, sir.
we're going to start by bringing up that particular case. I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to tell Mr. Thompson this before.
You want the background on the case, or?
Please give us a little background and
The Larkin Development made an application with the MPC to approve a plat that would create lots in the balance of the property that we have seen before. And that request was denied by the Metropolitan Planning Commission, and it was appealed by Mr. Larkin, and that appeal is before you today.
okay. I believe we have some people here to speak on that appeal, and we usually start with the side who made the appeal. I'm sorry, I thought. Mr. Larkin, you are the author of that appeal. We appreciate if you come forward.
Mayor, I think you had a setup here for your own program, and we got in front of you here, so I'll have to set you up when we
Not a problem.
get finished. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Just a minute to get our program put in here. How do you get that?
No, it's up there, that's right.
I know, how do you get that out there? Just play, right? Good. Yeah. Good. All right. All right. Our electronics are compatible, and so, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Timothy Larkin, and I am the president of Larkin Development Corporation. And Larkin Development, it rails back in some other related parties that are here today to ask the council to consider a modified appeal of a plat approval that we presented to the MPC. The plat that we are seeking approval of is one of Unit 6. However, the approval that we are asking for today is one that would modify it to exclude certain lots in that unit, and those lots are 201, 202, 203, 2000, 2001, 2002, and 2003. The reason we did that is because the MPC asked us at their meeting if we would consider modifying our application for that purpose. And when we learned of the reason for that, we agreed to it at the meeting. However, I will say that then at that same meeting, a motion was made to approve the plat with that modification. After the motion was made, a vote was taken, and that motion failed. Then it was followed by a motion to simply disapprove the entire plat. And we're here today to...
I'm sorry,
Pardon me?
Mr. Larkins, I'm sorry to stop you.
Yes?
I need you to speak up a little bit louder.
Okay.
I'm not as young as some of my council members are, and I might not hear you quite as well.
Is this microphone down here?
Hold it just a minute.
Can they adjust our technology up here too?
She's working on it.
I'm trying to get somebody up here now.
Okay.
This is a very, very important subject, and I want to make sure that we all tune in.
So, are these two microphones part of this? Is this one also?
It's up now.
Okay, is the volume now
There you go.
such
That's
that
better.
everyone can hear? Yes? Good. Okay, so shall I just continue? Would you like me to reintroduce myself, or otherwise?
I think we kind of know who you are, but you can
Yes,
continue
sir.
from where you are
Oh,
right
we
now.
do know who we are. Yeah, okay, yeah. Well, great. Then, so we're here today to appeal that, and I'll begin by just a little background that our Esplanade Master Plan has been approved by the MPC in the past. So the zoning for the master plan and the approval of the plan itself has been passed on by the MPC, and the limit to the residences for the development are 250. However, when they passed our master plan, there were some conditions, so-called stipulations, and two of the most important ones were that we were required to build a bridge across the Bayou Pierre, which we did complete. We spent 19 months on that, and approximately was about $1.6 million for it, and we have completed it. That has been accepted, and then we built a connecting roadway from Railsback Road to the Flournoy-Lucas Road. Again, a condition of our master plan approval. That took 3 years, and we spent approximately $3.5 million to complete that. And so, since those approvals, Larkin Development then has an entitled master plan, and based on the performance of those obligations to construct those improvements, with those requirements fulfilled, the MPC became obligated to approve plats that are consistent with that master plan. And that they did. We began with the approval of our first unit there that you see with the green shading. That's the plat for Unit 1 done in February of '28, and then that was followed by Unit 2 in April of 2010, and followed by Unit 3 in May of 2012, and followed by Unit 4 in May of 2012 as well, and then followed by Unit 5, which was March of 2013, and then we made application for our last plat here, Unit 6, that is now up in that corner there. That is the part that was shaded. And so the difference between what we made application for and what we are here for as in a modified way, then if you look up there at Unit 6, what modifies what we'd like to have platted is that. So that yellow area is left out, and the shaded area is left in. So the plat approvals that we have gone through to date were without objection, units 1 through 5. Unit 6 met with not only objection, but it was, as you know, the MPC voted it down. I did note that the MPC chairman, who was here yesterday, and I believe she's here today,
she's here.
if I saw correctly, yes. And she stated that the purpose of the denial was their concern that one of the possible routes of 3132 would go through the through Unit 6. And then I believe one of you all asked further, well, then the part that was excluded and voted on, why, I think one of you asked why she had denied that, and that was to preserve still other possible routes that have been talked about. And they felt like they wanted to just save it all for those possibilities. That's the understanding that we have here. There's been so much discussion about the routes. I went back to the previous route tables. Those are all of the routes that are actually superimposed over that area right there. Over it covers, I think, a whole lot of them that have been studied, but I understand there are even more in there. And so what happens when they're studying these routes, of course, is they will start with something that is just so very complicated as that, and cleaned up a little bit more like that. And they narrow those routes down as I appreciate it. And in the narrowing process, in order to not expend thousands of dollars on all of the possible routes, what they do is they conduct, in Louisiana, the state conducts what's called a stage 0 feasibility study. This stage 0 feasibility study was the answer to the question that has been lingering for so long of, what are we going to do with all those routes, and how are we going to stop talking about what we're going to do about the extension of 3132 and actually determine where it's going to be. And a lot of that relates to this very unit right here. And so the stage 0 feasibility study was a response to not only Willis-Knighton's call to action, but all of everyone wanted to get 3132 going. And so, and as a matter of fact, you all funded, contributed funds to this Stage 0. And it got done very quickly, pretty well on time. Had 700 pages of traffic and just hundreds of pages of maps and studies and all kinds of things. And it boiled down to about, I believe it's four principal sites, and even more in its distilled way. It boiled down to 2 ways to get from 3132 to the points to the south. And so one of the ways that the study determined to get to the south was, I'm going to show you exactly how they did that. We actually took the study, had our architects superimpose this study on the you got it? Go. I love technology. So we had them superimpose the study on a map. And the reason we did that is there's been so much talk about where things are and whether things would work. And you know, you'll have somebody show up with a map and you know, all those lines and the secret routes and things like that. And so what we wanted to do is we wanted to superimpose what is to be studied in the next stage of this on an actual map, so everyone could look at it and shoot, they could either look at it and say, well, that's crazy, that doesn't make any sense, or they could look at it and they could know that that it does make sense. And so this is Route A right here, and let me just stop right there and show you. This is the one that's heading towards Unit 6. This is real important for everybody here to know that as we visioned Unit 6, we thought about this route. And oh, by the way, if you'll see right there, that's the road that, you know, we read that was going to be in the way of this road over here. This is the road. We actually built it. You know, I had big hearings about that, tons of time spent on that. So I thought it would be good to see the road that we finally put in, and so you could see the extension of the route and see that everyone I know will be pleased to see that we built the road and it's not in the way. So it's really good. So here goes the route, and there's 12 Oaks over on the left, and then here's the road we built over on the right, and then here it is running through. There's 12 Oaks on the left, and there's us. And by the way, right there on the right, we just passed Unit 6 right there, and now we're heading on down. Skirting to the left is 12 Oaks. And where we're headed is one of the ultimate places, which is Leonard Road. And of course, to build the road, you got to build I-69 because you got to have the 2 federal termini. I'm not going to get into all that. What I wanted to do is run the road this way to Leonard Road so you all could see that it went by Unit 6 there. And you could see that was one of that is one of the paths that in the Stage 1 study that we were going to start. Well, we were going to start it 18 months ago, but of course we're locked in a lawsuit and we can't get it going. So it's stalled, and so we're not studying that right there that I showed you. It's just sitting there waiting to get studied. Now, there's another way. That is very offensive to Willis-Knighton. I mean, they just boil at the idea of anyone suggesting that there's another way to do this.
Excuse me, not cutting you out, but instead of using the name Willis-Knighton, could you say the group that's for building 3132? Because I think it's probably more than Willis Knighton that's involved in this, and I try to keep people, when they come down, I try to keep them from calling names. Now, some meetings that you go to, you
Well, I
can
think
call a
you make
bunch of
good-
names, and
Yes,
you can
sir.
call them whatever you want to. But
Yeah.
in here, we try to keep it very professional.
Oh,
And-
yes, sir.
And I would appreciate it if you wouldn't, you know, you can refer to the organization as, where's Mr. Stonecipher? Is that the correct, is that 3132?
Finish 3132 Coalition.
Yeah, finish 3132 Coalition. And let's don't refer to it as Willis Knight. Now, when you get on the outside, you can, if you and Mr. Elrod or somebody from Willis Knight is talking, then you can refer to them as Willis Knight. But when you're in here, we want to refer to it as finish 3132, not Willis Knight.
Well, I'm not sure that's right, Mr. Chairman. You see, the reason that I said what I did is because this road actually goes by Willis Knighton, and I'm not sure that it may be that Willis Knighton is for this, and it may be 3132 is for it.
Well,
I don't really know that.
If you're not sure and you really don't know, don't say it. That's what I'm trying to get over to you. If you're really not sure and you don't know, don't say it.
Okay. Well, you're the chairman, and I'd sure like to be able to choose my own words, but I'm gonna follow your direction and your order, sir.
I
Thank
would
you.
like for you to be able to choose your own words,
Yes,
but
sir.
not when you are in here. Now,
Okay.
when you're on the outside,
I hear you. I will follow your rules, sir.
you can call him something that my daddy wouldn't want me to say. But when you're in here, we want to keep it very professional. We want to refer to the organization, 3132.
Yes, sir. Well, anyway, I'll say it as least as I can, but anyway, as we're, let me go back here, let me just back up just a little bit. All right, now here's the other route, and the way this works is you're driving the same direction as if you were going to Flournoy Lucas Road, and then there's a ramp here that you would ascend on. And that ramp would then carry you to the southeast, and it would travel in an open field there, and it passes by a church, Elizabeth Seton Catholic Church there to the right, and it passes by. So it is passing by Willis Knighton's property here. And that doesn't mean anything. It's just that is their property that it's passing by, and nothing meant offensive about that. So as it passes by that property, it goes over Flournoy Lucas Road. It passes to the east of the 12 Oak subdivision. It proceeds south to the same destination as the other route, and it ultimately arrives at the same location. And so let me, since the chairman has made that plain, there's no, we don't endorse one of these, or we don't, where our position on this is that 3 years ago, we all, saddled up, everybody got together and said, we got to get this stage one going. We got to get this highway built. We can't get the highway built unless we complete the stage one. We're still in that position. One of the things we did and made a pledge to is that we would program our development in such a way as to hold back on the very last part until we could. And the reason we knew that would work is because 2 years ago, it was easy to get that stage one study done. You could study this route, you could study the other route, you could get it done. It didn't get done, and my understanding is the reason it didn't get done is because the study hadn't moved 1 inch since we all decided we were going to get it done and get this behind us. So we started out to do one thing, and we just came back all the way back, and we're back where we started. And our company is not critical of that. Our company understands that's just reality. But one of the realities is that while that effort was being held up, that we're very much in favor of, it was, you can't build $3.5 billion worth of roads and get ready for houses and then just stop. But what you can do is you can build your stuff in such a way to try to be cooperative and stay out of the way of the possible route of a possible highway that will be built possibly someday. And I think we've done a good job of that, and I thought we did a good job with Unit 6, particularly because the lots that we said that we would be taking out of Unit 6, or let's see, the MPC asked us to take some lots out of Unit 6. They weren't in their final form. We had, if you'll look at them, we made them very large, and the reason we did is because we thought that we would be able to get this study done, and when we got the study done, then we could figure out what to do with those sites. So you'll see the sites they're huge sites. Hey, Mike, how do you tame that beast? Okay, great. So here's what we did, because we saw how difficult it was for, again, all of these things that come up and are kind of scary to talk about. Again, we had our architect went to a lot of trouble. We took the aerial map and we put 12 Oaks in there, and then we put the road that's in there that we have, and then we put all of the units that are developed in this map. We added those. And then we added Unit 6 in the road. And then we added the lot numbers that we were willing to take out. And so that's what this is. Now watch. We're passing over 12 Oaks here. It's kind of like if you were in a helicopter. And look over above that, up the top of the screen, that lake beyond there, that's the limits of Unit 6. Do you see the lots that are numbered there? Those lots, 2003, 2002, those are the ones that we said, well, sure, we'll take those out if that's what you'd like. And so here's 12 Oaks, and here's Unit 6, and here's our lots. And so what I did is we put everything on this map. This is one of those Google Earth maps that is done by civil engineers. And so we went around it, and we said, all right, there's what it looked like if you go the other route with 3132. What would it look like if you, now this time, with 3132? So now look, here we go around it with 3132 in it. And notice that 3132 heads over lot 2003, 2002, and 203. Notice that. Do you see that? And so we thought that it was very reasonable to say, well, look, first of all, we don't even know if 3132 is going through there. We know the litigation just doesn't look like it's ever going to end. So I don't know when we'll study it, but you can't do anything until you complete a study. And so we concluded that it was very reasonable for us to say, look, I'll tell you what, we'll agree to your request to leave those out of there, and like all the other units, just turn us loose. We'd like to do it, and the reason I think that's fair is because what happens in the master plan process that is so important for government and business to know is that's a handshake. That is an exchange of obligation. Business comes in and they say, look, we've got a great idea. We'd like to put $500 million worth of houses on your property right there. And what do we need to do? Well, you need to make a master plan. Well, you need to follow all of our rules. Well, you need to do this. You need to do that. And by the way, in order to be eligible, you need to spend $5 or $6 million. Well, it just will occur to your sense of right and wrong that no idiot would say, well, look, we'll spend the 5 or 6 or million, or in our case to date 13 million, to get to the point where the money you've spent to do the sites that you agreed to, that you're obligated to do, you can't get to that point. Fortunately, the law protects us and it protects you. You can't get to that point and say, well, look, things changed. I know you spent all that money, but this is good for the public. And what we want you to do is we want you to take care of the public. Just put all your plans aside. We'll get back with you sometime. You can trust us. We'll treat you right. But for right now, the answer is no. There are laws that protect you and protect us on those things. That's what we think happened right there. Now, the other thing I saw happen yesterday, after, golly, after that hour of just blasting me, is I saw that there's something bigger here going on. It's not just this. It just seems like it just. I guess we just have to have a big row or a fight or whatever it is. Very unpleasant.
Mr. Larkins, excuse me again.
Yes, sir.
You've had about 15 minutes.
Sir?
You've had about 15 minutes, and we're going to give you 5 more. So that's 20 minutes. And I've been trying to sit here. We don't generally allow that, but since this case is so important,
Yes, sir.
to the future growth of Shreveport, not only you, and not only Willis Knighton,
Yes, sir.
and not only to the group, but this case is so important to the future growth of Shreveport.
It is.
So
I agree.
We're going to give you 5 more minutes, and Mr. Stone Sype, I hope you can hear me too. So yours will be in the range of about 20 minutes. We're trying to give you as much time as we can, and when you get up, Mr. Stone Sype, I would hope that you would keep from trying to make this personal or trying to make this, get a little bit
Boy, I appreciate that.
So you got 5 more minutes. Thank
Good. I was just trying to match his 45 yesterday of working me over.
you. Well, that was
Pretty rough.
yesterday. That was
Yeah.
yesterday. Today
Yeah, I
is today.
understand that. Yeah, that's kind of my luck. Well,
You see,
okay.
you're messing up your time by doing all that.
Yeah, well, those are good points you're making, Mr. Chairman, and now, all right, so let me see here. I guess I'd just like to, maybe wrap up here. Mike, would you help me with my presentation here a second? One more thing. I want to get to that last page there. Just wanted to say something that there it is. Yeah, I want that one right there. Yeah. Here's what I think is important, one way or another. I certainly hope I get my plat approved, but what's more important here today, it's something that I wish we could get going, is I wish that after another 18 months of nothing happening and gridlock with lawsuits and the like, that we could maybe find a way to stop the litigation and get the study going. Those 2 routes that I showed you, they're not, no one knows if they're good routes. No one knows if we should go there. But here's what experts know. They know they got to find some things out, and I want to just say some of those things that have to be found out. It's like, how does a route choice impact the drainage? How does a route choice impact the floodplain? How does it impact wetlands? How does it impact 12 Oaks? How does it impact Esplanade? How does it impact the 3132 coalition? How does the route impact traffic? How does it, what route choices affect the availability of funding? How does a route conflict or comply with the National Environmental Policy Act? Can we finance any route choice with federal government? How's a route impact homes and neighborhoods? There are all these impacts, and the answers aren't known by you, and the answers aren't known by me, and they certainly aren't known by the coalition or anybody. They're known by the people who we hired to do this study. And so what I would appeal to everyone, let's get 3132 going. We'll stay out of the way. I think I've just shown you how we can do it. And we'll also support getting the study in gear any way we can. We're certainly not stopping it. And we all ought to do whatever we can to move away from stop and get on go. So with that, I thank you very much for your time, and I certainly hope that you'll give a favorable appeal to our what I consider to be a very reasonable alternative to this. When you consider that we've just we're going nowhere. This time next week, nothing further is going to happen. It's just more lawsuits. So we do need to move on. I hope you understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Wait a minute, we might have a question for you.
Well, yeah, maybe I need this, huh?
Okay, this may be really a question for one of your engineers, but can you give me the width between the bayou and, I guess it's whatever's not in the 200 series that will be built on?
Do I know that width?
No, but I'm thinking somebody on, yes, do you have that number? And I'd like to see it. Or may I have that number?
Are you talking about
If you go back to your
let's do that, yeah.
your presentation, I can tell you specifically.
I know quite a few numbers in there, but and we might be able to cheat because I see Jerome back there. Let's see. Let's go to.
You can do the PowerPoints probably, but
Yes, sir.
go to the
I'm just
PowerPoint because that's not moving.
Let me see here now. I think let me get around there where I think you want to get, and
No, just go to your PowerPoint,
okay.
not this.
Well, I thought, I don't know that the PowerPoint is going to have any. I'm looking at that right there. Are you talking about the space between right there and right there?
No, sir, the opposite direction. There to the bayou.
From here?
From the bayou to 12 Oaks?
From the bayou to
From the middle of the
northern
bayou there?
part of your subdivision, assuming you've excluded these, 6 or 8 lots?
7.
Okay, here's a dimension I do know. See where my arrow is right there in the center of the bayou?
Yes, sir.
The distance from right there to right there is 500 and, all right, it's at least 500 feet. It's the best I'll.
Okay. I guess it's a little hard for us to really tell, but can you, okay, so from the middle of the bayou there behind the 2003 number to the road just south of 203, that's 500 feet?
From the road there
Uh-huh.
to there?
Mm-hmm.
That distance would be a little bit more than 500 feet.
Okay.
That curves away from there.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
just an observation that Mr. Larkin, I think even yourself, as you were commenting just a minute ago about we don't know the drainage impact, we don't know this, we don't know that.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons why I think everyone is wanting you to hold up on subdividing your plats until we do know those answers. And we won't know until there is a designated route.
Here's the, just like in the private world, that's not an unreasonable request. Government from time to time sees a need to come and seize your property for their purposes. I understand that. It's called expropriation. Government looks over and they see private property and they say, man, we got to have it. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't care what it does to you, but we got to have your property. And private citizen says, well, they can say anywhere from, I'm getting a lawyer to, I'll sell it to you or whatever. But if they get along, it's an appropriation and it's a cooperative thing. And then if you can't come to terms, then government says the need for this is been identified. We know we need it, and so we're taking your property.
I know if I was a homeowner, I wouldn't want to buy in that section, not knowing whether 10 years down the road they're going to come in and say, hey, sorry, we're going to take your property.
Well, that is a stigma that is just, and boy, I'll tell you, when you get over in that other one, you got the same thing. I'm thinking if I want to be in the Catholic Church or if I want to be in Willis-Knighton, I don't want to do that either. I understand that.
And why you want to not wait, but anyway.
Well, at any rate, my point is this: it is your right as a government to take our property. I mean, you can, as a matter of fact, I think what you can do.
But I don't want to take anybody's property. That's the reason why I feel like we need to have a designated right, way before.
Now, here's what the law won't let you do. The law won't let you say, now, I might want your property, so you leave your property alone, and maybe I'll pay you one day. That's the same thing as saying I want your property. You see, you can't take a developer and say, look, you just wait right there, and we might use your property one day, and we'll get back to you. See, that's what they call a taking. That's the same thing as telling me, I gotta have it because I can't use it. You're saying, well, look, we sure think we might need it. Well, that's not a very good thing. As you can well imagine, you could just tie up the whole world in things you think you might want, and so
He's getting out the point.
that's my answer to that for what it's worth.
Okay. We have one more question for you, and I hope that the question, and I know it will be where we can come with a specific answer.
Right,
We don't have to bring the whole world into this.
right. I just need you to clarify something. I understand that there was an agreement to do the study, but as I understood it, there was an initiator for this study. Who actually initiated the idea of this study being done?
Well, it was a combination of I believe that I'm correct. It was a joint thing between the Shreveport City Council, the Mayor's Office, NLCOG, the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development, and the federal government, because the Stage 1 study is the first step in determining if you can get federal funding for the highway through here. So that was the one that we all knew we need to get underway so we can get this finished.
Okay, I heard you say something else, and I need you to clarify this. It seems like I heard you say lawfully, if the plats have been approved as a developer, you can't be denied development. Did I hear you say something similar to
Well,
that?
here's what happens. And I thought the MPC chairman said it very well. We don't have, you don't inherently have the right to subdivide property. The MPC and the council are a part of that process. What happens is you get that right by going through a process that ends with entitlement. And so you entitle your master plan to be platted. And until you entitle your master plan to be platted, lots up in the air. You know, somebody might say, well, I don't know. You don't explicitly have a right to plat that, and so the master plan is going to have to change, and that's what happens. That's why all the meetings, that's why all the things that we've done to date, we went through. But then what happens is after the MPC enters into
Agreement.
this process, and they actually approve and zone your plan for a use, then you do have the right to plat it and use it as the master plan outlined and the MPC insisted you do.
Okay.
And so this process is very important, because once you get past that process, that's to keep somebody from doing just what I did, spending $5 million, getting down the road, and wondering if you could plat something. It is.
Just a minute.
That is the process.
She's good. Now, I have one question I want to ask you.
Yes, sir.
And you don't have to take me all around the world. You can just give me a number. How many houses have you built on your property already?
In Esplanade
Yes.
to date?
If I would go out there this afternoon and start counting houses, how many could I count?
Let's see, we have 11 permits and $44 million worth of houses under construction. So, and I believe of actual starts, it's only like 7. So we still got, you know.
Now, if I would go out there this afternoon, I would see 7 houses being started.
Yes, sir, you would.
Okay, now, would those 7 houses equal to $44 million,
Yes, sir.
or is this just a number you threw out there?
No, that's something I just happened to add up before I came, because I thought you might ask me that.
You're a very smart man, and if you can read my mind, because my mind, sometimes I can't even read it. So if you can read it, I know you're smart. But, so,
Just so happens all the houses happen to be just huge houses. One of the houses out there is $7 million, so it's kind of a
okay.
weird thing.
So you got, okay, out of the 7 houses, if I'd go out there and look this afternoon, I would see 7 houses being under construction, and one would be worth $7 million.
Well, I mean, it might be more than that.
Okay, let's say it's
What the-
$14 million. Let's say the house that you said is $7 million.
Yes, sir.
But you would have 7 houses that would be under construction.
In some stage, yes, sir.
All right, that's all I want to know. Thank you very much, Mr. Tom Arsenault.
Let me add one other thing to that about.
Mr. Larkin.
Okay. No, I want to add one thing. Sit down.
Mr. Stone Cyphers, so you know, and you won't come up and ask for the same amount of time, we gave him right at 40 minutes. So please try to keep yours under 40 minutes, because we want to make sure that we be fair to everybody. All right, Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Tom Arsenault, 400 Texas Street, Suite 1400, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71101. If I could please the council, I have a package of exhibits for each of you. I'm not going to go through them. Mr. Chairman, I would simply ask that these exhibits, which are the 2 zoning ordinances and the 5 plats that have already been approved and filed. I don't need to go through them. I simply want them to be made part of the record. At issue today is the approval or disapproval of the unit plat for the 6th unit of a master plan for Esplanade subdivision. Both the master plan and the zoning for Esplanade have been approved by the MPC for these home sites. Unit 6 is the 6th unit in a planned unit development that anticipated 250 home sites. The property is zoned R1D, PUD, Planned Unit Development, by ordinance adopted in 2007 and 2011. As you know, a PUD anticipates a series of plats that will conform to a plan of development consistent within itself. Just like the previous 5 units, that were approved by the MPC, this unit meets all the technical requirements for approval. Voluntarily, Larkin Development phased the development of the Esplanade so that it held Unit 6 to the last because it was closer to the routes possible, likely for 3132 if the western route were selected. And all the land other than this master plan, this last part, is presently platted. The previous 5 plats that were approved are either built or under construction. And Larkin Development hoped that the timetable for the Stage 1 study would not be delayed because it was halted by lawsuits. No one knows anything more today than we did 3 years ago. At the MPC meeting, the MPC asked if Larkin Development would voluntarily exclude certain lots from the plat application, and Larkin agreed to do that. It was not his suggestion, it was his response to MPC requests. Denial of a subdivision when it's consistent with a previous plan or unit approval is subject to strict scrutiny. Mr. Sam Jenkins, I want to refer you to the urban housing case. You asked me to address that yesterday, you asked me to address that today, so I want to address that. Okay. You heard the MPC chairman quote section 82-41 of the subdivision ordinance. That same section was quoted and argued by the city in the urban housing case precisely as it exists today. It was amended in 2007. That was the argument of the city. The Second Circuit said that doesn't matter. When you have adopted a plan of development and a unit, in the urban housing case it was 3, in this case it's 5. When you have done that, if you don't approve the next one, you are arbitrary. And it reversed this council and it reversed the MPC for that reason. I'll leave that to you to look at, Mr. Jenkins and other members of the council, but the fact is that's exactly what the case says, and the exact argument that was made by the chairman of the MPC yesterday was rejected by the court. It's subject to a strict scrutiny development. The traffic issue onto Flournoy Lucas from this has already been determined in the master plan, a maximum of 250 home sites. With Unit 6, as proposed, there will be 141 home sites. Critical importance. The denial by the MPC was arbitrary because it was based on the possibility that one or more routes of 3132 might go through this property. We provided you with the authority, and I will emphasize, as was said yesterday, it's the only undeveloped property. So the goal of the MPC and the goal of finished 3132 is to prevent any development of the property. When that occurs, that's an inverse condemnation, and it's a taking by the city of Shreveport, for which the developer, the person whose land is taken, is entitled to compensation. Not only that, because that early taking affects a possible route that would be studied in the Stage 1. When Stage 1 is not completed when that occurs, you run the almost certain risk that there will be no federal funding available for 3132. So, should you choose to take the course of action that the chairman prefers, and that Mr. Webb, you appear to prefer, you will almost certainly kill 3132 and impose liability on the city of Shreveport. Why aren't we here? Mr. Shine, I'll let you rely on your lawyers to tell you that. I am very confident in what I say.
I think you're wrong by saying that, and I think I have the right to tell you that you're wrong.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Hold on, if it's all right with Mr. Arson, though.
Perfectly all right with me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I just want a little bit more explanation on the second part of your argument on how the federal funding would be lost.
Right.
If you choose a route for 3132.
Yes, sir. There are two acts that are concerned with that. One is NEPA, which is what the Stage 1 process is about. The other one is uniform relocation, which you're probably familiar with folks that are going to be displaced by a potential federal project. Both of those require that there not be any takings prior to a Stage 1 study, because all of those are the factors that Mr. Larkin went through that deal with where a route ought to go. And so when you compromise that choice by an inverse condemnation or by a voluntary condemnation, by an expropriation or a purchase, then you, in the eyes of the federal government and regulations, you compromise the process of NEPA. And when you compromise the process of NEPA, you are no longer qualified for federal funds. The minimum estimate of this road in the Stage 0 study is $115 million. Okay? Without federal funds, no extension of 3132 happens. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. But that's really not the issue here. It's been tried to make the issue, and I'm addressing it because others have made it a political issue. But the real issue is when someone has had a master plan, has the home sites, the traffic density has been regulated by the master plan to 250, and you're over 100 under that, and it's the same consistent development as the other 5 units that have been applied, that have been approved, then when the council decides not to approve, the council has acted arbitrary and capriciously. I provided you with those cases. They say what they say. Read them yourself. Ask your lawyer to explain it to you. Because I am very comfortable that they state the law and that this is a very, very simple decision made complicated by those who wish to confuse the issue by saying to one member of the public, we want you to bear the entire cost of the public interest. Fortunately, the Fifth Amendment doesn't let you do that.
Would you be able to get around the arbitrary and capricious argument by saying that the areas that have already been developed were not in close proximity to any of the routes for 3132, as opposed to maybe what we're talking about today?
I don't think so, Mr. Jenkins, because in order to consider that 3132 is the reason for doing it, you have to take the property, because you're preventing development by someone who is trying to develop the property precisely as it is zoned and precisely in accordance with the master plan that's been approved, and 5 other units of the subdivision. Now, lastly, I want to share with you a letter that we received from Jerry Jones, because we asked for an explanation as to why no Stage 1 contract has been entered into. The explanation is very clearly, the contractor that was selected is unwilling to go forward unless it is indemnified from both liability and attorney's fees for defending the lawsuit brought by Willis Knighton and Finish 3132 Coalition. They are the parties, Mr. Shine, to the lawsuit, so that's why I mentioned them.
And that's why I didn't stop you. That's why I didn't stop you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we believe the law is clear, the facts are clear, and that this is a simple decision for you to do what the law requires you to do and what is right to do. And that is to approve the plat for Unit 6 with the voluntary modification that Mr. Larkin has made. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
At this point, do we have any questions for Mr. Arsenault? If not, Mr. Arsenault, I appreciate you directing all of your remarks to us and not turning around to the, and Mr. Stone Cipher and Mr. Pencil, I hope that you all will follow the same thing and not turn around. We're the ones that's gonna be voting on this, and not the people in the audience, and we have cheerleaders at football games and basketball games and other activities, but in this chamber, we don't have any cheerleaders. So I appreciate you, and because you've been here, so you know we're the ones that's gonna be pushing the buttons and not the ones out there.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Shine.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pencil, you are next. I'm sorry, Elliot. And when you come up, if you want to, you can give some answers to Councilman Jenkins' question about will we lose federal funds? Because I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think we will. But I would ask you to report on that.
And I would also like to know, why is the contractor made a party to the litigation? Why would we have the contractor named in there as a party to the litigation if both sides are saying they need the study done? Why are we tying their hands?
Is that, did you want to come first, or did you want your attorney to come?
I think it would be really good if those questions could be answered by the attorney now. And Councilman Jenkins, I don't know.
I can wait. I wouldn't.
I'm sorry, I couldn't
Let your
answer.
attorney come on and answer them now. We want to be.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. Mr. Jenkins, I'll try to answer your questions briefly as I can. There are two lawsuits that are pending. There's one in the federal court. The contractor that has been, I guess, that has submitted the winning bid to conduct the Stage 1 study is not a party to the federal court lawsuit. In the state court lawsuit, the contractor that has submitted the bid for that work is a party to the lawsuit. And the reason they're a party to the lawsuit is that we have filed suit to enjoin work on the Stage 1 study until such time as the Stage 0 study has been properly completed. Okay?
Okay.
So we're asking that work on that study not be permitted to go forward until the Stage 0 study has been properly completed. There are defects in or problems with the Stage 0 study because it includes a route that is not proper under the very criteria under which the contract was let. And there are routes that are feasible, indeed perhaps the best possible routes for 3132 that have been excluded from the Stage 0 study. Neither the public, nor the MPC, nor this council has been told about those or advised of them before. They were offered and introduced into evidence in the proceedings before the MPC that are up on this appeal.
So you feel like maybe spending some time and money and effort on some routes that really will not play any role in 3132?
Well, you will hear differing versions of this depending upon who you ask, I guess. But the purpose of the Stage 0 study was to identify the feasible routes that would be considered or would be evaluated in the Stage 1 study. Now, people from DOTD and from NLCOG have indicated that the Stage 0 study is not conclusive, that the engineers performing the Stage 1 study are free to look at or consider potential corridors or routes other than the ones that are identified in the Stage 0 study. But the contract that was let requires the engineers performing the Stage 1 study to evaluate the routes that were identified in the Stage 0 study. It doesn't advert to or specifically identify any of the other feasible corridors or routes. That's why we're seeking conjunctive relief. If we're going to do the Stage 1 study, we want to do it one time, the right way, including all of the feasible routes, so we can move this thing to a conclusion as rapidly as possible. So that's the reason for that. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, it does. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I need some direction here, I think. We have 4 of these that we were assuming the council members would want to see. We are going to need this, however, for the public as well.
I believe we have,
I'll explain those too, but everything is going to be facing that way.
that's fine,
And we can use this for the public to see them on these.
that's fine.
Can I get someone to help us with this one?
Right, I think it's fine, because I wouldn't want you to say that we gave Mr. Larkin something we didn't give you, so, that's fine.
He was able to handle technology that I didn't even attempt.
Okay. I can't see the speaker from where I'm sitting.
Uh,
I want to see the speaker.
right, did you, Councilman Jenkins,
I'm
was not
sorry?
able to see the speaker.
Oh,
And I'm standing here, and I don't want to speak for Councilwoman McCullough, but it's hard to see you from here.
is it better if we just line these up in front right here?
Yes.
I think it probably would be.
Yeah, I think if you just back them to the podium, we should be able to see them.
Even in spite of the stage 1 study being held up, have to relinquish the fact that this man's works have been real. Don't we still have to consider that?
I don't know if the projector's working on.
It's up. Your document on there, I believe it's on.
Okay. I will in just a moment. My name is Elliot Stone Cipher. My address is 9537 Rochelle Drive in Shreveport. And I am speaking for the Finish 3132 Coalition. We have, and I have someone here who can answer specifically if we need to. We've got about 800 and some odd members. Willis Knighton Health System is, of course, paying the cost of the litigation. The rest of us are providing all of our time volunteer, of course, as we've discussed before. I did want to note, Mr. Chairman, that we have here with us today several people who have turned in their names to you,
correct.
who will also want to say something in context of 3132. I've also asked some 12 Oaks residents to be here with us. I am a 12 Oaks resident. Much of what you will see, which is new and is not in the public record, will impact most disproportionately, of course, people in 12 Oaks. We specifically wanted them to be here. We're glad that some of them are. We also have people here we know who are businesses now in Shreveport who don't know any of the history. We're going to rush through the history and hopefully not so fast that anything that's really important to this is skipped. I will answer questions along the way if you'd like for me to, Mr. Chairman. Very, very quickly on the history, I think it's very important for everybody to understand that what this is about and the reason we are where we are and it's taken so long is that this highway was first conceived and made public in the master plans of both Shreveport and Bossier City in 1956. The project has been underway that entire time, and the project was a loop all the way around Shreveport-Bossier. North part of that is I-220. South part of that on our side is Highway 3132. I'm not sure what is intended to be on the Bossier side, but I think it's going to be I-69 someday. It would then wind up back at I-20 on kind of the other side of Houghton. So that's how big this loop was intended to be. And it was actually conceived in 1954, showed up in the master plans in 1956. I'll skip through a lot of the intervening dates that have to do with study dates and get to the next important date, which is 1992, and it bears very, very directly on our discussion today that in 1992 there was a preferred corridor route for the final Caddo leg of 3132, which was going to stretch from Burt Coon's Industrial Loop all the way down to the port. And I want to show you two aspects of that, but it starts with this. This is from the 1992 study. And by the way, we have public officials with us here today who were here and involved in the 1992 study, so this is not some piece of ancient history. This is something that people here know very well. For those of you who are, as I would be, maybe having trouble understanding what this is, as I say, it came straight from the study report itself. This little line is Flournoy Lucas.
As always,
I'll pull it up on the screen. Michelle,
What, huh?
we can't pull this up on our screen.
There it is. We got it now.
Got it?
Okay.
Oh, okay, we got it.
This is the famous or infamous now 16-acre tract, which is just south of Flournoy Lucas. This was the route that was selected in 1992. As you can see, it's called the preferred alignment. It's important to remember that this critical piece of work that was supposed to begin the final construction to the port, it just disappeared. Now, what you're looking at right here, when you get to about this point, 12 Oaks is sitting on top of this alignment. When this was done, of course, it was all empty land, and it made perfect sense for this turn to happen and go right straight to the port. Somehow, inexplicably, 12 Oaks ended up on top of it. No explanation for how that ever happened has been offered by anyone in government. Nobody in Shreveport knows how it happened. Only some of us, I think, probably still want to know, but we don't. 1996, because the route was set in 1992 and we knew where we were going, City Council and the mayor came to the people of Shreveport in 1996 and asked them to put their money up for bonds to complete, to use with federal matching funds and state matching funds as well, to complete, as you'll see the language here, the interloop extension to the port. There's nothing on there that says to Flournoy Lucas. It passed 64 to 36%. We believe in the rule of law. We believe that the people were promised something that they then put their money up to pay for. And somehow by April of 2011, that was completely lost. I have trouble understanding why anybody would think that if this highway is lost, which is what this discussion is really about, and with all due respect to the developer, and we understand, it's not about the developer to us. It's not about what the developer did or didn't do. It's about making sure the highway gets built. We're in a completely different place. To the extent that that development is in the way, we're worried about it. But it's about finishing what was started in 1954 and the people first learned about in 1956. How do you ever again try to float a bond issue in Shreveport? Once people know and have a very, very shining example that the language doesn't mean anything. And I find it very, very important to note that we've made that point consistently for 3 years, but nobody seems to be moved by it. We think that's a sign of the times, but the people in the coalition are not a part of those times. We're stuck in the past. We think it matters. After that election in 1996, in 1999, still keeping faith with the people of Shreveport, the city government went and expropriated and bought what we all call the 16-acre tract. We believe that might, by the way, have been 23 acres. But it is the acreage that was bought to make sure that what has happened didn't happen. That land was bought on the south side of Flournoy Lucas to make sure nobody confused where the highway was going to go. It didn't matter, but that's why it was purchased in 1999. In 2000, as I said, inexplicably, 12 Oaks was built right next door to that 16 acres and in the preferred corridor route. From the time yet undetermined, unidentified, when public officials let 12 Oaks be built, responsible officials in these planning agencies, and those include the Northwest Louisiana Council of Governments, NLCOG, the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development, Louisiana DOTD, and the Federal Highway Administration, which is a different acronym, Federal HWA. Everybody has known what nobody wants to tell the people who are sitting here with us and the rest of the people in Shreveport. So let me be the one. Once 12 Oaks was built, there was only one remaining route possible for the 3132 extension. Within that one remaining route that's possible, there are a lot of route alternatives. We're here today because some believe that there is a route already determined, and therefore Mr. Larkin knows where to build his houses. We know for a fact, which we're about to show you, that that is absolutely untrue, and that the MPC got it exactly right. They voted 3-4 against what Mr. Larkin is offering, or asking for a very specific reason. There are many possible routes, and I don't know them, and Mr. Larkin doesn't know them, and nobody else does either. How in the world do you start buying houses? We're going to do 12 Oaks all over again. How do you buy houses when you don't know where the route's going to be? And what the MPC did is they went a step further and said, you're not going to know until the stage 1 is done. And that's absolutely correct. So as we leave here today, I want to be sure nobody was confused. This is not about, can you build houses in a route that is fixed and determined and can't change. That is absolutely untrue, and we're about to see some of the reasons why. What is true is that everybody in your position, everybody at the MPC, everybody at DOTD, everybody at the Highway Department, they have to decide between the public interest or the developer's interest. That's the absolute truth. You got to make a decision. You can stand by the public's preservation of the highway, or you can decide for the developer. The land the developer is using is necessary for 3132. That's nobody's fault, but it happened because 12 Oaks was built on top of the route, although nobody wants to tell us how that happened. On April 7th, 2011, NLCOG met and they decided to kill the highway. So 2 people spoke, Mayor Glover spoke, Mr. Larkin spoke, and the executive committee of NLCOG voted. The only person that voted against killing the highway was the person who knew the most, Mr. Sanders of the Highway Department. He voted no. Everybody else voted yes. The 1956 to 2011 dream was meant to be extinguished. We at the Coalition have chosen the public interest. We've worked on it for 3 years. We want to make sure that what was intended on April 7th, 2011 doesn't happen. 3 times during those years, the developer has asked the MPC to approve actions he has taken in his interest, but against the public interest. And all 3 times, the MPC voted for the public interest. One of the MPC's most recent votes, or the most recent vote on May 7th, the chairwoman, from whom you've heard, told the Shreveport Times, and I quote Ms. DeMarteau, "We feel we have an obligation to look at the greater good of the public and what's going to be best for our city members and parish members. If we would have voted in favor of the developer's application, this could possibly block that route. We understood that perfectly. The MPC has voted that way 3 times, and we're very surprised that we're here again. And we'll talk about the litigation and who's responsible in a few moments. Today, the City Council will make its choice. We hope the City Council chooses the public interest rather than the developer's interest. But I want to stress again, if he starts building houses, and by the way, Mr. Chairman, I apologize, I thought there were 2 houses in the development, so I didn't know it was really up and running. We've made some comments about what it would mean if these extra houses are approved here today. I didn't understand there were even 7 houses. So it apparently is already getting active, and that's even more of a threat to 3132. When the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development drew the supposed new route in 2012, the consultant hired by the taxpayers to do that work, Buchart Horn, chose the public interest. LADOTD, the project engineer there, a lady I have not met, I wish I had and I should have, her name is Connie Betts. The project engineer on 3132 chose the public interest. The number 2 at DOTD, the deputy secretary, under extraordinary political pressure, which we monitored carefully, we know exactly what happened, chose the developer's interest. In our work, the coalition has used public records requests to learn the details of how this route came about. Council members and those facing me, this should be the ribbon route down at the end. Is there a red ribbon route through this? That is the route. That we are all told is a done deal. That's the route. And by the way, at the tiny print at the bottom of this page, way down here, tiny, 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 this was actually developed for everybody involved in this on the regulatory side and for the city council. This was prepared by the city engineer of Shreveport, and it has gone forward as the route, as in the Old Testament, the Bible. That is absolutely, categorically untrue. And now we'll talk about why. If this DOTD route was built, those living in 12 Oaks would pay a very heavy price for Mr. Larkin's subdivision. And they were never intended to know that, much less have a chance to object to it. In January 2012, the first of 2 federally mandated public hearings, which were no such thing, was held. No exchange of information between presenters and the public was allowed. Most of the public comment cards have apparently been, quote-unquote, lost. Soon thereafter, the consultants, Buchart Horn, had to design a new corridor route, and they did so. And on March 19, 2012, they sent the resulting route alternatives to the DOTD project engineer, Connie Betts. Their work was engineering in the public interest, not politics, and over the next 60 days, the public interest lost. Here's the first email from our public records requests. This is Connie Betts, Connie Porter then, by the way, March 19, 2012. She's speaking to 2 people in the DOTD's environmental department. It's addressed to Noel and Jan. I received this draft of the alternative exhibits from the consultant last week and wanted to make sure you had a copy. Let me know if you have any comments. This email is important in that it tells us exactly when this 60-day process to draw a route that serves Mr. Larkin's development, not the public, began. March 19th. Within 3 days, Secretary Calavota had received the routes and asks, the first of many times, to move the route out of Mr. Larkin's property. March 22nd, 2012. This is from Eric Calavota to Connie Porter. Connie, can the alignment hug the bayou more closely from station 135 to station 205 and from station 215 to station 225? Those are segments of the route, so as not to leave so much property between the highway and the bayou. This is the first time that Dr. Calavoda starts asking the consulting engineer and the project engineer, both of whom are suggesting a completely different route right through Esplanade. And Dr. Calavoda is now beginning to ask them, to hector them into move it, move it, move it, move it. So now that's underway. By April 19th, Ms. Betts, Calavoda's request notwithstanding, submitted route options, which, as her email that date specifically says, excuse me, I don't know where we are. Is this the 3 routes with 2 emails under it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry that this isn't showing up better, but I do want everybody to know that 3 sections, 3 route alternatives were submitted. One of them, as you can see over here, comes on the other side of Mr. Larkin's Bridge and comes deep into Esplanade. This one comes at a different angle, I learned, that has to do with the bulge in the highway right here. And you may see right here, the highway is going right through Mr. Larkin's Bridge. This is another one that yet further tightens, but in each case, it's moving the highway further and further out of Mr. Larkin's property. I want to be sure everybody hears this. This is Connie Porter to Dr. Calavoda, even though he's made clear what he wants her to do. Eric, I have attached a couple of different versions of the geometry near the SPUI. That's the interchange. The first sheet is the original tangent section. This is the one the consultant submitted. This comes deep into Esplanade. This is the consultant's. Even though this is the project engineer, even though the second version takes out Larkin's Bridge, I think it's the best option because it will avoid impacts to 12 Oaks. I will ask the consultant to use this version in the layout and mention the other 2 in the text with some pros and cons to each one. Let me know if you think I should go a different way. By May 21st, Dr. Calavoda continues to order routes which protect Esplanade, each one of which equally damages 12 Oaks. He adds compound curves to do so. We were told, by the way, very faithfully in 2 different public hearings by various DOTD personnel that no compound curves are included in the ribbon route. Now you're seeing the emails that prove that they are. I hope everyone will notice that. These are devices which are more dangerous, and DOTD has paid a lot of lawsuits because people die where there are compound curves, and they are being absolutely removed from use in highway planning everywhere. But there is one of them at least in the ribbon route, and maybe 2. By May 22nd, the top man at the consulting engineering firm, let me back up. Here's Dr. Calavoda to Connie Porter. The scale is sufficient. I'd like the consultant to work with it a little more to try to get the road and the southbound on-ramp a little further away from the bridge. That's moving it into the area of Esplanade that is a wetlands. It's moving it almost out of Esplanade, but the part that it's left in is the part that is not going to be developed in any case. They may need to use a compound curve to accomplish that. This is the compound curve that we were told didn't happen. When all of this was over, a meeting was held between the top man at Buchart Horn, Mr. Kraus, and Dr. Calavoda. After their meeting, this is Mr. Kraus writing to Connie Porter. Connie attached is a sketch of what we could do to move the ramp roadway away from the bridge. I will see Eric this evening and I could discuss it with him. Let me know if you have any questions. This is the route that comes the very closest to 12 Oaks. He drew it and attached it with the email. The next statement I want to make very carefully. I do not want to mislead anyone. We don't know why it happened, but the next day, after the meeting was held and this was submitted, a sizable contract expansion for Buchart Horn occurred. Maybe it was a coincidence. When all of this was over, today's supposed route had been set. In the first of the two Stage Zero feasibility study reports, there were two, here's the first one, which we will enter into the record today, Mr. Thompson. The route protecting existing homeowners is used in this study. It shows the maps taking out Mr. Larkin's bridge. It shows the deep incursion into what is now known as Esplanade. All of that is in this study. And it says at the top, draft alternative exhibits. Ladies and gentlemen, these are route options. Just be sure we all understand what this is. They've been designed by consulting engineers and the project engineer, and they're in this report. Then, this report disappeared. By the way, there'll be a chapter in this book about where we got the copy of that report. It's one of the neatest things that has ever happened to me in my career. Somebody working in one of these agencies had a pang of conscience so severe that in answer to one of our public records requests, they submitted that copy of the report, which was never supposed to see the light of day. It's how we got it. We know where they are. We think we know who it is. We certainly intend to find out. They did a heck of a thing for the public interest. Now, this is the two identical top parts of the route.
Right.
Two of them say 12 Oaks, almost say 12 Oaks, they're blown up.
No, that's the middle one.
That's this one? Okay, good.
Okay.
Here it is. Again, this is going to be difficult to see. This is the route drawn by and in the Stage Zero study report. It comes deep into Esplanade. It comes way on the other side of Mr. Larkin's bridge. The second one, as you'll remember, took out the bridge, but this is least offensive, although it goes deep into Esplanade. Next to it is the route we got. This is the Red Ribbon route. So when you hear people today talking about the route, like there's 11111, this is the one they're talking about. And it was in this report, this Stage Zero report. This is the final report. Okay? In the final report, you don't see any of this. You see this. This is the route that everybody on the other side is talking about. This is the Holy Grail. And it's the one that made the final report. This one was in the report that got lost. Now, here's the point. Can everybody kind of see the distance between the edge of the highway here and this top part of 12 Oaks versus the edge of the highway here and the top part of 12 Oaks? Can y'all see how much closer the right-hand image is to 12 Oaks? in comparison to the route that was drawn in the disappeared Stage 0 report? It's very close. This one was not very close. We want to show you how dramatic this is. This have two tangent sections that are horizontal, and it's got Highway 523 on the top.
It does.
Okay. These are actually in the Stage 0 study report. This is in there, it's just that nobody knew it. So let me show you what we're looking at here. I have people sitting behind me that I certainly will not identify who live in this part of 12 Oaks right here. Can everybody see this little bitty line right here? The little blue line?
Yes.
Do y'all see how the little blue line is behind the hedgerow?
Yes.
That little blue line is the right-of-way for the highway. The hedgerow is somebody's backyard. The right-of-way is in the backyards of people in 12 Oaks. Even where it's not in the backyards of the people in 12 Oaks, look further down where one of the cul-de-sacs is. Look how close this little blue line is to 12 Oaks. Now, throughout the study report, you can find these separations and you can measure them, and they're close, real close. That's the highway right-of-way. And here's the point, very simply. Every time Dr. Calavoda bumped the route, every time, it went closer and closer to 12 Oaks, and closer and closer to 12 Oaks, and closer and closer and closer. And this is where we are. Now, the point of the 3132 coalition. This is where we step in. As troubling as all of this should be to everyone here, here's the worst part. I mentioned the January 2012 public hearing, which was not a public hearing. Comment cards got lost. They wouldn't let anybody speak. There was only going to be a second one. And by the way, this is a part of NEPA that Mr. Arsenault mentioned. Instruction booklet for NEPA is 36 pages long. You know what it's about? It's about how NLCOG and DOTD are supposed to stay in constant contact with the people who are going to be impacted by this highway. Constant contact. What we had was two phony public hearings. And in the second one, guess what happened? Everybody showed up to see the route options and alternatives, including a lot of folks from 12 Oaks. Guess what was not at that hearing? Any of those routes. They were knowingly and deliberately withheld from that meeting. It's not only that the 12 Oaks folks are supposed to pick up the tab, when in fact, you know, what they could do is see the highway just go in undeveloped land across Bayou Pierre. It's not just that this was all done and they pick up the tab, for no good reason, by the way. It's that they were never allowed to know it had been done to them. Never. So our question to the council is very simple. Is there anybody here that wants to raise their hand and say, we think it's okay that those people were just getting whacked for this developer on the other side of Bayou Pierre, and we think it's okay that they didn't know about it? I mean, what are you upset about, Elliot? You're just always looking for secrets and hidden routes. You know why? Because there are secrets, and there are darn sure hidden routes. And the people in 12 Oaks had a right to know. They have a right to know now. So what did the coalition do? The coalition tried to get NLCOG and DOTD to redo this. As soon as we got the documents and found out what was going on, they wouldn't meet with us. Never. So what did we do? Thanks to Willis Knighton being willing to do it, we filed a federal court suit. Just so everyone knows, the federal court suit is limited to the regulators. Federal Highway Department, State Highway Department, and NLCOG. That's all. And it's that way because what did we ask for? The prayer in that suit is everything I've just said to you. We want the hearing done right. We want people who are going to get nailed and lose their home values to know what's coming, get a chance to talk about it like the federal law guarantees, and then we can shut down the stage 0 study and go to the stage 1. But when we go to the stage 1, unlike now, all the roots will be in there. Not the magic root, all the roots. And we don't believe there should be a stage 1 study until all of this is incorporated in the stage 0, and the people who are going to pay the price for this attempt to kill the highway at least have a chance to, what? Object. So, what did the MPC do? The MPC heard, the MPC figured it out. If you let Mr. Larkin build 14 houses, or 12, or 3, or 6, that are not in the route, then what you've done is you've decided that there is a route. It's known. The MPC knew there was no route. What did they do? They voted against that. They voted against approving any more houses until, magic words, the route is known. This is not heavy lifting, ladies and gentlemen. It's fair. And it might save the highway. We've only been trying to do that since 1956.
Mr. Stonecipher.
Yes, sir.
Does the coalition have a preferred route? I use the word preferred dubiously, okay? Do they have a preferred route, or is the coalition position, wait and let a route be determined through the process of the studies?
We believe that what we all paid for as taxpayers, which was the Buchart-Horn study.
Was that the one in 1996?
No, that's the one that was just done in 2011 and 2012.
Okay.
The new stage 0 study. Buchart-Horn was paid to do the consulting engineering. They have really good folks. And, as it should be, they were joined by the DOTD project engineer. We believe they came up with the right routes. We don't even think we ought to mess with that.
Do you have some up there that shows that? Is there?
Yes, sir. Excuse me. Is this one? Which came from the consulting engineer? Or this one, which was recommended by the project engineer. Only when Governor Jindal's folks got involved, his executive assistant, his executive council, only when they got involved did Dr. Calavota start moving the route. So we think it was in its unpolitical shape when the stage 0 was done. We don't, look, I live in 12 Oaks. I got plenty of people out there who are telling me, Elliot, why don't you just hush? You know, the politicians tell us there's not going to be a highway. That what the mayor and the developer intended is where we're going to end up. There's going to be a no-build decision. Just hush and let them decide not to build it. There's a problem with that. What about the 64% of people in Shreveport who said, we want the highway to go to the port, and what do we do when we have 30,000 more trucks a year, which is what is forecast, and we can't get out of 12 Oaks now? So I remind my friends, it's not fair to the people in 1996, and we better get the highway built because we've got one entrance and one exit, which never should have happened in 12 Oaks. And we're not going to be able to get in and out because DOTD has refused to put up a traffic light. So, Councilman Jenkins, we think exactly what was supposed to happen, that the taxpayers paid for, that we know did happen, is what we should be doing. Does that harm the developer's plans? Absolutely. Are we going to have to pay the tab for that? From what I understand, yes, we are, to some extent. But I will tell you this, we object to the phrase illegal taking.
Right.
And we object for a simple reason. It confuses the issue. Because the real illegal taking was on April 7th, 2011 at an NLCOG meeting. They took the 3132 extension. That's an illegal taking. So, It's up to people a whole lot smarter than us, and I think, by the way, probably a federal judge participates in that, to figure out how you balance all that out. But I do want to mention this, and I mean this with respect, Mr. Chairman. I am not throwing rocks at anybody. We have nothing to do with how long this court case takes. Mr. Larkin is a Bossier City councilman. He knows that in the U.L. Coleman suit before this same court and judge, what they did is deny that developer a curb cut. The city wouldn't settle. They went to court, same judge. 4 years into it, the parties decided to settle it. The judge had not ruled. It's not us. And by the way, Mr. Jenkins, excuse me, Oliver Jenkins, councilman, I promised you I would do this, so let me read you this is the settlement offer that I mentioned yesterday. Did I mess up?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the settlement offer that I mentioned yesterday that you and I discussed. I'll tell you what, I'll try to do it this way. One, remove from the list of possible routes the one which moves through land now being used by St. Elizabeth Ann Seton Church and the Oaks of Louisiana. That is developed land, as everyone knows. Aside from anything else, the route should be removed because its selection would require the city of Shreveport to pay the Federal Highway Administration $27 million to tear up the last leg of 3132 from Burke Coons to Flournoy Lucas. Why that option is in there, we all know, and we have an email to back it up, and it was retribution, pure political retribution. We'll share that with anybody that wants to see it. It shouldn't be in there, never should have been in there, so that needs to come out. 2, hold an official public hearing, a hearing with free exchange of information by those on all sides of the issue, which presents and explains all possible routes, especially including the one through the only remaining undeveloped land which is owned by Mr. Larkin. And again, as I said yesterday, that shouldn't be, but 12 Oaks shouldn't have been. Once 12 Oaks happened and we didn't come clean about it as a community, Mr. Larkin was set up for this. Number 3, specifically commit in advance to include the route originally recommended by the Stage 0 consultants for consideration in the Stage 1 study.
And so this was verbally conveyed to whoever's representing those governmental entities?
Yes.
Okay. And they haven't given you a formal response at this point?
They were not interested. That was their response.
Their response was no thanks. Okay.
That's attorneys for all of these folks. They were not interested. We have no explanation. We can only be willing to do something.
Mr. Stone Cycle, we want to appreciate the presentation that you gave, and we appreciate it that you didn't turn around and try to chin up the crowd. Attorney Peninsula. Any questions for Elliot? I guess none, and they call
Thank you very much.
Shortly. Don't leave now.
I'm going to get this.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Whitney Pesnell, P-E-S-N-E-L-L. I'm an attorney with the Pesnell Law Firm. Our address is 400 Travis Street, Suite 1100, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71101. We represent the Willis-Nyson Health System, Finish 3132 Coalition, and Karen Wells in connection with these matters. I'm going to try and be as concise and to the point as I can. You've heard a lot today about takings and inverse condemnation. You've heard a lot about the requirements of NEPA and jeopardizing federal funding for the completion of 3132. Those are all really collateral issues that are, although related, somewhat separated and distinct from the ones that are before the council in connection with the appeal today. The appeal today is an appeal from an MPC ruling denying the approval of a subdivision plat. The narrow question before this council is whether or not the MPC abused its considerable discretion in deciding to deny that application. I guess what you haven't heard about here today, I guess, are the relevant ordinances and the criteria that the MPC is supposed to consider in making its decision and how it arrived at its decision. And that's what I want to address first, because those are the issues that are most cogent in terms of the immediate appeal. You did hear from Ms. Desmarteau yesterday. I thought her explanation was not only accurate but eloquent. I think that she very succinctly set out what the MPC did and why it did it. We believe that the MPC was entirely correct. We think it should be affirmed. And I guess I will address that by addressing the arguments that have been advanced by Larkin Development at Railsback LLC in support of its appeal. Larkin Railsback submitted a letter to this council setting out its arguments in support of its appeal. In that letter, it advances basically three arguments, three reasons why it believes that the MPC's denial of Larkin Railsback's application was erroneous. First, they contend that the denial of the application will result in a taking or condemnation of Larkin Railsback's property. Second, they argue that the MPC's denial of the application was arbitrary and capricious. And third, and I think this is a little bit more attenuated, they argue that the denial of the application will jeopardize federal funding for Highway 3132. First of all, the assertion that the MPC's ruling will result in a taking or condemnation of Larkin Railsback's property is erroneous. I don't see any way that the MPC's action on an application for approval of a subdivision can be considered a taking or a condemnation of the property, particularly when it's considered in context. Now, the case that Larkin Railsback cites in support of its taking or condemnation argument is Rivette versus the State Department of Transportation and Development. In that case, DOTD denied Mr. Rivette a driveway connection permit to his property. Because of DOTD's denial of that permit, Mr. Rivette had no access, none, to his property and could not develop it for any commercial use. He had no way to do anything with the property because he couldn't access it. That is clearly not the case. It's not even close to the situation that was before the MPC and that is before this council. Larkin at Railsback has always had access to its property through Railsback Road, a public street. In addition to that, DOT granted Larkin Railsback's application for a driveway connection permit, and it built a second means of access, Forbing Ridge Road, from Flournoy Lucas Road to the bridge that goes across Bayou Pierre into Esplanade subdivision. So they have two means of ingress and egress. They have no basis for an argument that they cannot access their property, and they have no basis for an argument that they cannot develop or make some commercial use of their property. In fact, the MPC in this council has been over backwards to try and accommodate Larkin at Railsback and allow it to develop the property. They approved the general plan for Esplanade subdivision, and to date they have approved 5 applications to subdivide within Esplanade subdivision, the first 5 units. They've allowed him to go forward with that development, and they've approved those applications because the portions of the land, and we're talking about approximately 110-acre tract of land, involved in those applications are not close enough to impact or affect the potential routes or corridors for Highway 3132. That is not the case with Unit 6, the unit before the MPC and before the council in this matter.
You don't consider you don't consider the fact that Mr. Larkins would not be able to develop Unit 6 a taking simply because it's a part of the property? In other words, if you're distinguishing Rivette from the present situation, and Rivette, that was some issue about that gentleman couldn't develop his property at all. I'm hearing you're right. You're saying that Mr. Larkins can develop some of his property, and the fact that he cannot develop a section of it, that, in your mind, that's not a taking?
That's correct. Look, he's been allowed to, already received approval to go forward with development on the vast majority of his land, some 90 acres. Unit 6 is approximately, I don't know the exact number, but approximately 20 acres. No one has told him, and the MPC has not told him, that he cannot subdivide and develop that property. What they have said is, you can't subdivide it or develop this unit until the stage 1 study has been completed. You need to wait a little while. Now, he has 90 other acres to develop out there.
Right.
He's got lots to build 141 houses, and he ain't built 7 of them yet. He's only started on them. So how waiting until the stage 1 study is completed and we know where that highway is going to adversely impact him is very difficult to understand. They're not telling him, they're not trying to take his property away from him. They're not telling him he can't develop it. What they said was, in the public interest, you can't do it right now. And they're 100% right about that. Rivette is distinguishable because that man had no access to his property and couldn't do anything with any of it. And as I said, I think the MPC and this council have bent over backwards to try and accommodate Mr. Larkin and let him do everything that he can without jeopardizing the completion of 3132. So the two situations are not analogous at all. They'd have to show a regulatory taking, and in my mind, on this record, they don't have a snowball's chance of doing that. Now, the second argument that they advance is that the MPC was arbitrary and capricious in denying their application to subdivide Unit 6. That is an argument that is also without merit. The reason is this. The MPC, in this case, and you heard Ms. DeMarteau yesterday, quote from section 8241A of the Municipal Code. We quoted section 8241A in our letter to the council. That section talks about the approval process for subdivisions. It says, and I quote in pertinent part, these requirements do not imply an inherent right to subdivide property or to create building sites except as consistent with the public health, safety, and welfare of the entire community. It is intended that this review and any potential approval include an evaluation of all aspects that might relate to this decision. Moreover, it is specifically within the authority of the Planning Commission to require specific improvements, easements, or other limitations to development rights that further these public interests as a condition of approval. Now, the MPC in this case was presented with evidence that there were routes, potential corridors or routes for Highway 3132 that not only go along the northeast corner of Unit Number 6, but that go directly through Unit Number 6. And evidence that any development that was permitted in those potential corridors or routes was going to prejudice Highway 3132. And under NEPA, presumably its funding, at least of Mr. Arsenault, is to be believed. The MPC looked at that and they said, well, Mr. Larkin, the public has an interest here and we can't sacrifice that to your development. We don't think it's unfair to ask you to wait until the stage 1 study is completed to finish developing this last unit. I don't think there's anything that's unreasonable about that, much less arbitrary and capricious. But, to be sure, they cite 2 cases in support of their argument that the MPC's decision was arbitrary and capricious. The first one involved a planned unit development, as Mr. Arsenault noted, and it was a request for approval of the 3rd unit or phase of that development. The court also specifically cited and referred to Article 8241A, but the court didn't say that 8241A didn't apply, and it didn't say that the MPC erred by adverting to it or relying on it in arriving at its decision. The problem in those cases was that no one had offered any evidence that showed there had been a change in circumstances or that there was a public interest that was going to be harmed by going forward with the subdivision. That is not the case here. There is ample evidence of the routes, both the ones that have been identified in the Stage 0 study and the ones that have not, their effect, and the fact that they go through unit number 6 and the fact that whether or not development is allowed in those potential corridors or routes is going to prejudice 3132. The MPC got this right.
But hasn't the argument about the interstate coming through Mr. Larkin's property, hasn't that been there with the other developments also? I mean, this is not being brought up for the first time.
It's not just Mr. Larkin's property. There's a route that goes through Willis Knighton's property. There's a route that goes right by 12 Oaks.
Yeah, I'm talking about Mr. Larkin's property right now. I'm saying the developments that he's already undertaken on his property.
Yes, sir.
Hasn't there been some argument about the potential of 3132 coming through the property, so there should not be, and I think I heard this a few minutes ago, there should be no development at all on that property? Hasn't that already been out there and considered when the MPC approved the other developments?
Not quite. The argument was there should be no development within the potential corridors or routes for the highway. Most of his land is not located within the potential corridors or routes for the highway. As I said, the potential routes or corridors that we're talking about, the ones that were identified by Buchart Horn, the project engineer, and the ones that Mr. Stonecipher has just identified for you, all go through Unit 6 of Esplanade subdivision. They don't go through or impact any of the other units. That's why Unit 6 is distinguishable from the other units, and that's why Unit 6 should be treated differently from the other units, and that's why the MPC did exactly what it should have done when it voted to deny that application in the public interest. Now, the last argument that they advance is that if you deny his application for approval to subdivide Unit 6, you're going to jeopardize funding, federal funding, for the completion of Louisiana Highway 3132. Now, I would ask you to stop and think about that for a minute. They're telling you that you're going to jeopardize federal funding for Louisiana Highway 3132 if you protect the corridors by preventing development in the potential corridors of the routes. That doesn't make any sense at all.
But if I understood the argument, it was if there's some appearance that we are eliminating or picking a certain route or something like that, that would be the reason we could lose the funding.
I believe the argument was that if you favor one route over another by taking property for that route before the Stage 1 study is completed, then you're violating the NEPA process. You're selecting an alternative before it's been evaluated under NEPA, and that's what jeopardizes federal funding. Well, they've already violated the NEPA process. They violated the NEPA process when they excluded the 3 routes that go through Unit 6 of Esplanade subdivision. They're all feasible routes, they're alternative routes, and they were suppressed or concealed. They were not disclosed in the Stage 0 study. They were not made known to the public. There was no public notice, no opportunity to comment, no opportunity to object, no consideration of those routes. Those are feasible alternatives. NEPA requires that every feasible alternative be evaluated and considered. If there's a failure in the NEPA process that jeopardizes federal funding for the completion of Louisiana Highway 3132, it's the failure to include those routes in the Stage 0 study and the failure to make sure that they're going to be evaluated in the Stage 1 study.
Let me say
Now,
this.
finally, I'm sorry.
Let me say this before you go any further.
Yes, sir.
We're not here today to select a route.
That's correct.
So-
Nor could you. You don't have the
Right.
information you need to do
Right.
it.
So let me say this. Kind of like the judge would say, strike that from your records, what Attorney Arsenault said earlier. And I love him like a brother. But we're not here today to select a route. We're here today to either uphold or deny the ruling that was made by the MPC.
That's correct.
And the ruling that was made by the MPC comes down on the side of the public.
That's right.
And this is the way it ought to be.
And it comes down, it's not a question of favoring one route
Right.
over another. I would tell you, sir, that I believe that the MPC and the council both have obligations to protect all of the potential corridors or routes, to prevent further development in all of the potential corridors or routes, not just this one, until the Stage 1 is complete and we know where the highway is going to be. At that point, those considerations cease to be relevant, and the people who can and want to go forward with the development of their property certainly should be able to do that.
Right, and now you're exactly right. One other thing, and then I'll let you come back in, because you know, Councilman Webb and I, it was alluded that what we were looking at would deny federal funds. That's not true. Hold it. That's not true.
I don't believe that it is. I think the more serious danger to the federal funds is in the suppression and concealment of feasible routes. However, there's one other point I'd like to make, Councilman, if I may. Mr. Arsenault's arguments that federal funding is going to be jeopardized under NEPA and under the Uniform Relocation Assistance Act presuppose that there's been a taking, a legal or compensable taking or condemnation of property. Until the city or someone who has an interest in completing 3132 goes out and starts purchasing or expropriating property for the road. And they haven't done that yet, with the exception of the 16 or 23 acre tract that's immediately adjacent to Illinois Lucas Road. Okay? Those NEPA alternatives are all there. There's not a taking or a condemnation. There's not an expropriation. And you haven't done anything that's going to jeopardize federal funding. Under the Uniform Relocation Assistance Act, if you look at your own letter, it says if the property is condemned or taken and you don't follow the procedures of that act, then you jeopardize federal funding. So the underlying assumption for all of those arguments is that property is going to be taken or condemned if this application is denied. It ain't so. What the MPC has done, all zoning restricts the use of property. Okay? We still have a zoning, we still have an MPC and a zoning board of appeals and a city council that governs zoning, because the restrictions on uses of property are not only not necessarily invalid, they're needed if we're going to live together in a city and have an orderly development plan. And again, I'd be happy for Mr. Larkin to develop all of his property. I hope he makes a ton of money. We're not opposed to development in the city. We're only opposed to development in the corridors or routes until the stage one is completed, because that threatens the highway. Beyond that, we couldn't give a fig. Okay?
All right. Let me say this again. Today, we are here to do either one thing or the other to uphold the decision that was made by the MPC that would be in favor of the general public, the greater good of the general public. If we denied the decision that was made by the MPC, this comes down on the side that, hey, look, developer, not only Mr. Larkins, but any developer can just go ahead on and develop, and you don't need to take into consideration the greater good of the public. This route and this highway has been in progress for the last 30 years or more. And it was initiated because of the greater good of the citizens of Shreveport, not for the greater good of James White, John Smith, or whatever. So we're not here today to decide on what route and whether this will impede any federal funds or not. We're not here for that. Now, Councilman, I'll come back to you, and if we don't have any more questions, then what we'll do, we will start then with people in the public, and what we'll do, we'll go back to looking at 3 minutes, and it will be the discretion of the council and the chairman if you need an extra minute or two. But we will not go this long again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilman.
Well, I don't know if it's a question. I mean, I believe...
Observation, if you got an observation.
Observation, I'm just saying, I believe what's being determined here today, we can try to avoid the issue of route, but what's being determined here today, based on what I heard yesterday, coming from the MPC chairman, was the rationale as to why they denied the application. That rationale was the preservation of potential routes for 3132. So to me, I mean, it's going to be hard to separate. If that was the rationale that the MPC used, I didn't pick that rationale for them. That's what was verbalized to us, that it was being denied preservation of routes.
Yes.
It's gonna be hard in my mind to separate all that, because I think that's what we're having to decide. And when you start talking about what's arbitrary and capricious,
Well, that's the integral part of the public interest argument. You're exactly right,
you're gonna
Councilman.
have to look at the
That's right.
reason that they are verbalizing as to why the denial was made.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. One other point that I would like to make.
Okay.
Mr. Larkin also mentioned that they had offered a motion to modify their request in connection with this appeal and exclude the 200 and 2000 series lots from the land that they were seeking approval to subdivide. I want to address that very briefly. That modification doesn't make any difference. It doesn't solve the problem. Because, as you've noted, Mr. Chairman, we don't know which corridor or which route is going to be selected for 3132. We don't know if it's the ones that are shown in the red ribbon drawing that are mentioned in the Stage Zero report. We don't know if it's one of the three that were identified by Buchart Horn and subsequently suppressed. We don't know if it's going to be some other one. They will not know until the Stage 1 is complete. Okay? What we do know is that many of the routes we're talking about go squarely through Unit 6. They may not be the ones that are selected. Wetlands or something else may trump that. But they go right through the middle of Unit 6, not just the 200 and 2000 series lots. And so even with that modification, you still have the same problems. That modification does not address or does not solve the problem. So the modification is really irrelevant. I just wanted to make that point. That said, if any of you have any questions or I can shed any further light, I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
Attorney Pesnell,
Yes, sir.
I need a clarification on something. A few minutes ago, I heard you refer to, and we've heard previous speakers refer to, the hidden routes.
Yes, sir.
And would you clarify for me, although we've certainly seen copies of emails and documents that the Finished 3132 Coalition has done in preparation for their court case, but any hidden document or hidden routes or anything like that at this point is simply your opinion until that makes its way through the court system?
Well, whether or not they were hidden or concealed, that may be true. We refer to them as a hidden route simply because they did not show up or appear in the Stage Zero study. Okay? No reason for that has ever been given. Because no one was notified of it and never knew of it, no one was able to comment on it or do anything else with it. That is the part of the NEPA process that has been circumvented that we object to. Now let me make one other point clear. Our suit is to compel them to comply with the requirements of NEPA by looking at all feasible alternatives. We cannot tell them which one to choose. Okay? Well, they may decide that the one that's in the Stage Zero study now that goes right by 12 Oaks is the one they want to use. We cannot compel them to pick a particular route or tell them which route should be selected. But NEPA does require that all feasible routes be examined and disclosed to the public and be the subject of comment and debate. After that, the decision they make is their decision. We have no control over that. And so we've said from the very outset of these lawsuits could have put an end to this and moved forward with this process a long time ago. All they had to do was include those three routes in the Stage Zero study so that they would be included in the Stage 1 study, and the lawsuit goes away because at that point they're considering all the alternatives we know of, and we know do not have grounds for compelling them to do anything different under NEPA. Okay? So we can't control where the route is going to be. I don't know, just as the chairman doesn't know. Anyone here who says they know where the route is going to go is not telling the truth, because until the Stage 1 is done, no one knows. Okay? So we can compel them to go through the process and do it the right way.
Let me ask my question a little simpler, because,
I'm sorry.
Because this is not court and we're not all lawyers up here.
Yes, sir.
My question was, we've seen documents referring to hidden routes.
Or concealed routes, yes, sir.
That won't be settled until the court cases are settled. Is that yes or no correct?
Well, I would say it won't be settled until the court cases are settled. The court cases could be settled short of litigating everything on the merits. I mean, we have approached them about settling it. We haven't gotten anywhere with that yet. But until that issue is resolved one way or the other, that issue won't go away. Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Okay.
Councilman James.
Okay, quick question.
Yes, sir.
Looking at those three hate to use the term hidden routes, but these routes that may
Were previously discussed.
previously discussed. Can you tell me, looking at the first two, obviously 6 is impactful. Aren't there several other units like 3, 4, and maybe 2, 5 that are also impacted by these additional routes? And I'm not exact, I mean, I don't have his
Yes, sir.
document in front of me, but.
And I can't see I can step around and look at it if you'd like me to do that.
Sure, please do.
But from my prior review of those routes, I believe they all veer to the east and exit Esplanade subdivision before they get south of that pond. Okay? Unit 6 is from that pond or that lake up to Bayou Pierre. And I believe that all of the routes that were identified by Buchart Horn and discussed in the DOTD emails by Ms. Betts veer to the east before, north of that pond. If that's true, they don't affect any of the units in Esplanade subdivision other than Unit 6, the one we're here on today.
Okay,
Let me step around and...
Please do. I mean, I'm going to have to ask somebody previously to show me that picture, only because I don't have the two in front of me. I'm assuming the bridge is in one of the units, but I don't know which unit that would be.
Council, this is the first of the routes that was identified by Buchart Horn.
Mm-hmm.
This is Mr. Harkins' bridge across Bayou Pierre right here. Okay? This is the lake of the pond. Unit 6 runs here. See? So the corridor or the right of the...
No, but I got that part of the deal.
Okay.
On the other side of the main road that splits his subdivision, which I don't know how well you can see it on there, but yes, that's got to be one of the other units, right?
Actually, you're right. I was thinking about this portion, but this is, I forget how they number it, but I believe this would be Unit 5. If I remember the chart that Mr. Ruckman put up.
Okay.
But it does go through that unit as well, you're right.
Okay, and I guess that's going to be a question. I don't know how I can make them go through this again, but I would like, whether it's Mr. Larkin or Mr. Arsenault, just to show us that diagram that shows what these newer routes, how many other of the units are have already, I don't want to say already impacted him.
Can you hear him good, Mr. Arsenault? Can you hear, okay.
Mr. Jenkins, the other thing I'd like to say is, this one does go through the north part of Unit 5, or the other unit at the northern end of the property. Okay? But neither of these two do. The one that takes the bridge is
Mr. Chairman?
only one that affects Unit number 6.
I would point out we're not getting these comments on the record.
Oh, you're not picking them up, B? I'm sorry,
Let me see if I can do it from my phone.
No, I think we have a different way to answer that.
Well,
the first of the routes that was identified and discussed, the one in which the corridor and the route is west of Mr. Larkin's bridge, does pass through Unit 5, or the northernmost unit on that side, as well as Unit 6, okay? The other two routes that are shown there, the one that goes directly over the bridge and the one that goes just to the east of the bridge, only impact Unit 6. Okay? But on the first one, it would also take a portion of the other unit. You are correct about that.
Any more
Anything else?
questions for Mr. Francis?
No.
If not, we appreciate the presentation that you gave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Arsenault, Councilman Jenkins, did you get what you needed, or you wanted some more?
I think he's talking to you.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to hope that they can answer this with their document right there. That is Larkin Development is the term I'm going to use.
Tom, please.
Mr. Chairman, we had requested Mr. Sinclair be able to speak after the opponents, and he'll be able to address that question.
Okay, okay, Mr. Sinclair.
That's good with me. Whoever has the map or can show us that on there, that's good.
We would prefer to be able to rebut all of the remarks, not just these, Mr. Chairman, and I believe that the remaining speakers likely are in opposition.
I understand, but I
I'm
wanted to
not
make
really
sure
interested in
that,
the rebuttal part of it.
Right,
I
he's
mean,
not
I- I mean,
interested
I-
in a
I'm not-
rebuttal.
I'm not denying your
Right.
rebuttal.
That's fine.
I'm just saying,
Mr.
my
Sinclair can
inquiry
address
is
it.
just a function of that one specific.
That's fine, Mr. Speaker.
Obviously, I didn't have this.
Mr. Stone Cycle,
Yes.
would you come closer? I'm,
I was gonna say, we had one more speaker, Mr. Chairman. I don't know who wants to speak before, after, doesn't matter.
no, we just, look, hold on.
Just trying to get a simple
Yeah, we
answer.
just, right, we're
I'm
just
not-
trying to get a question answered, and
really.
then,
I'm not
okay.
in it, I'm not a lawyer. Just want to know.
Let me just hand this to you, but it does show the outlines. I've outlined in red units
That's
4
probably
and
all I need
5.
to know.
Yeah, that's all.
You can hand it around.
Okay, that's all, right.
Thank you. You're gonna have to, if you speak to me, you're gonna have to.
Yeah,
do it
right.
direct.
A comparison of the hidden routes with those outlines for units 4 and 5 do reveal that the hidden routes would have clipped units 4 and 5. So 2 units prior to unit 6 have been impacted by 3132 issues.
Let me say this too, Mr. Sinclair, are you down to speak in favor of Mr. Larkin?
I am, but I noted on my sheet that I'd like to speak in rebuttal if that's all right with the chair.
Well, what I'd like for you to do, I'm trying to keep you all together. Now, if you have some comments, I'd like for you to make some comments now and later on, because we're gonna go with the other side. And this is not about the rebuttal right now, but if you're in favor, I'd like for you to come and make your comments.
I am, and I can do that. And my comments really relate to what you've already heard. Mr. Jenkins just answered one of the questions, and that is prior plats prior to Unit 6 have impacted the 3132 issue. So the MPC has made prior decisions and approved prior plats, even though they are related to the 3132 issue. There's a big talk about the putting the federal funding in jeopardy. Mr. Pesnell tells you that it doesn't make sense to him, but in the materials that we provided to the City Council, we included 3 pages of laws and rules that relate specifically to this. In order to protect the constitutional rights that private parties have, that their property not be taken for public purposes, there are rules under the Uniform Act that have to be complied with in taking property. And I think Mr. Pesnell will even agree with us, that if this is a taking, and we believe it is, and you've got your own counsel that you can hear from on that issue, if this is a taking, then there is no question that federal funding will be jeopardized for this project. And that's in the 3 pages that we laid out. Here's what I really want to tell you. There are only 2 persons standing in the way of 3132. Ironically, one of them is called Finish 3132. The other one is Willis Knighton. And they have filed lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit, the objective of which is to stop the 3132 process. So on the one hand, they're saying, wait until stage 1 is completed before you do anything. On the other hand, they're saying, don't go forward with stage 1. And the reason they're saying don't go forward with stage 1 is all of what Mr. Stonecipher talked to you about. I've heard that speech so often, I could probably give it to you myself. He presented that speech in one of their lawsuits. And they not only had 40 minutes or hours, but they had days to present that issue and the conspiracy theories and the secret routes and the compound curves and all of that in court. And they did that. And they did that in a scenario where you don't just get up and have the opportunity to say whatever strikes your fancy and make whatever accusations you choose to make. But they did that in a forum where it requires proof, it requires evidence, and it requires you to back up what you say. And in that process, in that proper forum for dealing with these kinds of issues, trial court said, we're not buying it. We don't believe that. What you're saying is not going to impact Larkin Development's rights. Finish 3132, Willis Knighton didn't like that decision. And so they filed an appeal to the Second Circuit Court of Appeal. And they made the same arguments, presented the same story, presented the same conspiracies and secret routes. And the Second Circuit Court of Appeal said, we're not buying that. They didn't like that decision, so they took it to the Supreme Court. And they asked the Supreme Court to reconsider all these decisions, all this evidence, and find pleas that there really is a conspiracy out there. And the Supreme Court said, we don't want to listen to that. And so the point that you need to know is that the 40 minutes that Mr. Stonecipher spoke to you about has been presented in a proper forum, in a proper court, with scrutiny, and it didn't survive the scrutiny.
Mr. Sinclair, let me just stop you 1 minute. I wish you would kind of prephase that as this is your opinion, because if you watch court proceedings, what you're giving us are the interpretations of third parties' opinions, and we were not privy to the actual minutes and all, and we would kind of appreciate it if you wouldn't privy us to those third parties, because it's basically your opinions. Now, unless you come with, this is my opinion, but not, this is the God's truth, because I wouldn't want Mr. Stonecipher to do the same thing. So, these are your opinions, and this is a third party that you're giving. So, we would appreciate it if you would keep it to that. We want to try to keep this as professional as we can.
I agree. We should keep it professional and we should keep it accurate.
Right.
And the accuracy is that 3 sets of judges considered these issues, and this is a fact, this is not an opinion, considered these issues and found them to be wanting. Now, here's the second thing that I want you to know from today. By eliminating the lots from the plat that Larkin Development has agreed to do, you are being presented today with an opportunity for a win-win. You can protect the public interest. We've demonstrated that there is a possibility for a route in between the other lots in Unit 6 and 12 Oaks, and just split the difference, and you can protect the public interest. The public interest is finishing 3132. The public interest is not moving 3132 as far away from 12 Oaks as possible. That's not the public interest. That's a personal, private issue. But the public interest is preserving a route for 3132. You can do that today. The other thing that you can do today is you can protect Larkin Development's Fifth Amendment rights to the protection of his private property. So carving out those lots leaves a path, and it allows Larkin Development to move on with his private property rights. And you can make that decision today and preserve both of those very important things. And we think that's what you should do.
Yes, you're on point. Okay.
Leah, please.
Leah DeMarto is the next one.
Good afternoon. I think we coordinated our outfit today, Chairman.
We did, and let me say this, Mr. Larkins and Elliot, I'm letting her come up now because she's dressed like me. I'm taking Tim, yeah, it's fair.
Good afternoon. I'm Leah DeMarteau, the current chairman of the Metropolitan Planning Commission. My address is 4720 Richmond Avenue, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71106. There's just a few things I want to clarify. First, I'd like to answer Councilman Jenkins' question about what we took in consideration, and you were saying that.
Now that's Councilman Sam Jenkins, right?
Oliver Jenkins.
Oliver Jenkins.
Didn't you ask about the hidden routes and what we were considering?
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask this before we go into that. Were you aware of these?
Well, that's what I was going to address.
Before, I'm assuming you had.
No, we did not. We could not. We don't. We can only take in consideration what was publicly displayed in the stage 0.
That's what I
Feasibility
assumed,
study.
and so if I've
Well, I want
suggested...
to, it kind of sound like we made decisions that we'd already jeopardized 31, 32 with the other, doing the other subdivisions.
No, you didn't know those even existed or what?
Exactly. I just wanted to...
I assumed that from the get-go.
I just wanted to clarify it.
No,
Thank
no,
you. So I just want to make sure. What else? I can clarify some of the other statements if you'd like, or if you want to ask me questions.
Please do. I mean, make your...
All right. First of all, when the MPC staff made recommendations to the board, that's their job to make, when we come up in front of the case, part of their job is to make recommendations to us. And one of the recommendations with emission of those specified lots, that was one recommendation out of 3. So they did ask the Larkin Group if they were willing to do that, but that does not mean that was the preference or that's what we were going to vote, obviously. So we had to hear the case entirely. It was one of the suggestions. It was voted down, as you know. So I didn't want to get the impression that they said the MPC recommended to them to emit those lots. No, it was the staff that was recommending it to the board as an option. So I just wanted to clarify that. I want to clarify that the Larkin Group thought I said some things about the proposed routes. I want to clarify that I stated that until after the stage 1 study was done, that we don't know where of the 3 proposed routes, we don't know exactly where those routes are going to land in those properties. So we felt, for the community interest and the better of the public, that we keep all 3 of these routes from being, if they come up in front of us, from being subdivided and potentially blocking those 3 routes that were in stage 0 that needs a stage 1 to see exactly where they're going to land. So I wanted to clarify that statement too.
And Leah, I appreciate you coming, because we do have people that will come up and say, well, such and such a group said this, and I'm giving you what they said, and they don't understand that most of us are intelligent up here, and we didn't come to town yesterday, and we understand how facts are. Facts are a lot of times it's whatever that person wanted to be who's giving it. So I don't want them to think that they're coming up and we're buying into what they're saying and their interpretation, and that's why we didn't want to interpret the MPC of doing something that you might not have had in mind. So this is why we appreciate you coming up.
Well, thank you. I just want you to know, and I think I said this yesterday, and I probably don't even need to repeat it, but we studied it from the beginning till the end. I have, they want to say it was me. I have a group of 9 individuals, very smart individuals that took a lot of time to look at this, and a lot of thought. And we don't have any biases one or the other. We just looked at the facts and looked at the ordinance that we are bound by. And we feel, as the Metropolitan Planning Commission, we're here for the community, for the greater good. We, donate our time to do this. So we're going to err on the side of the greater good of the public and the growth of the community. And we feel that 3132 being built and going to the port would have a great impact to build and grow our community. And we don't want to see that blocked.
Leah, we appreciate it, and the city is indebted to what you all do.
I appreciate it.
You all look at the greater interest and the greater good of the community.
We try.
Not one group or another. And we appreciate that.
All right.
And I like the outfit.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you.
No, thank you very much. All right. Give us your name and...
Mr. Chairman and members of the City Council, my name is Bill Pesnell. I'm a member of the Pesnell Law Firm with our offices at 400 Travis Street. And contrary to appearances of being a lawyer, I'm going to briefly comment. I'm going to tell the city council exactly what I told the MPC. You need to consider the question, why is Mr. Larkin seeking approval of this subdivision plat? And I can suggest two potential reasons. First of all, he wants to sell lots to the prospective investors. And I think we can reasonably assume that Mr. Larkin is not going to post a sign down on his subdivision property saying, buyer beware. This property is subject to expropriation for Louisiana 3132. Secondly, Mr. Larkin wants to get the approval of this subdivision plat because if his property is expropriated, he will be entitled to just compensation based on subdivision property instead of raw subdivision land. And that affects the public interest as well, because then the public interest has to pay estimated just compensation for that status. Now, it's clear to me that the MPC was correct. The public, if it is approved, if this subdivision plat is approved by the MPC and by the city council, the public is going to assume that this is a safe investment. And it won't be. It will be expropriated, and not anyone here at this knows where that road is ultimately going to be placed at this point. Now, I want to raise one other comment, or one other point. We were contacted, and I don't think I'm speaking out of school on this, I won't mention any names, but we were contacted by a member of the defense team who wanted to know if we would be willing to settle this case. And we made an offer to settle. You go conduct a new public hearing, inform the public of these 3 concealed or hidden routes, and furnish them the data and the information needed for the public to address those points, and eliminate the retaliatory route which was suggested against Willis-Knighton simply because they were courageous enough to stand up and express their opinion about this procedure, or what was going on here. Now, I submit to you that that was in the public interest as well. Mr. Stonecipher has gone into great detail to lay out what has happened, and contrary to what Mr. Scott Sinclair told this council, no court has ever passed on the merits of those allegations.
Good.
Okay. Now, with that, we think the council should affirm the decision of the MPC, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Mr. Pencil, before you take your seat,
I'm sorry.
I just want to let you know that you made a whole lot of sense.
Thank you, sir. It's the only time I've done that today.
You made a whole lot of sense.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I wouldn't mind having you on my payroll, 'cause I couldn't afford you, but, Elliot, I believe, Mr. Pencil was so good until he kind of got me off track. Mr. Dick Bremer.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'm Dick Bramer. I'm the president of the Shreveport Chamber of Commerce, 400 Edward Street in Shreveport, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Chamber and the Board of Directors of the Chamber of Commerce. It was in 1992 that the Chamber first passed a resolution in support of 3132 being extended to the port of Caddo Bossier and ultimately tied into Interstate 69. And that resolution was based upon a study, an engineering study done by NTB. And NTB was commissioned to do a study to look at the feasibility of tying in 3132 to I-69. And they determined, yes, it is very feasible to do. So over the years, we have reaffirmed that original resolution that was passed by the Chamber. And just in fact, a couple of years ago, the board voted again unanimously to support the completion of 3132 to the port and ultimately to the interstate. It was a few years ago, you will recall, that the voters in both Caddo and Bossier parishes passed a tax. And that tax is used, and it's in place today. That tax, an increase in property tax, is used to help fund the operations of the Caddo-Bossier port. And I think everyone would agree that the voters are very wise in imposing that tax on themselves, because today we enjoy a lot of fantastic companies located in the port that employ a lot of people, and there are a lot more jobs to come. Not only do we have the companies within the port, but yesterday the mayor and several of us were at an announcement of MBI and Modular Solutions, and this company is going to take off. And they're in the facility, the Baird Industries, the old facility, and they announced, Steve Schoonover, the addition of several hundreds of jobs out there. And the product that they're going to make, not only is it going to be blast-proof buildings, which are being made out there today, but they're also going to add another line to make buildings that are used in the telecommunications industry. The reason I mention that is because not only do we have companies that are located in the port bringing product out of the port, here's a company that's going to build product in Shreveport and use the port to ship overseas. They are going to sell a lot of their product in the Middle East and in Europe, and we have that port to assist in that operation. We believe that the corridor study, the stage 1 study, needs to be completed first. And we would encourage you to support the decision of the MPC. It is unfortunate that these studies take a long time. The federal government has certain regulations the agencies impose, and it's unfortunate. It does take a long time, but you have to follow the rules set out by these agencies. Otherwise, you will jeopardize the use of federal funds for the construction of 3132. So our recommendation to you would be to support the decision of the MPC. Let the study, a corridor study, be completed, and it is our hope that this corridor study, once it's done, that we will have a corridor that'll tie into the port in I-69 that will be an acceptable corridor for everyone, and that the Esplanade development then can go forward and be a very, very successful development, because it too is important and beneficial to our community. So that is our recommendation to you, and we appreciate the opportunity to take a few minutes and share these comments.
Just before you go to your seat, any questions? If not, Mr. Bremer, I want to congratulate you for making a whole lot of sense.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Rick. I don't want to mess up your last name. It sounds like it might be French.
Mr. Chairman, I've been called a lot of things. My name is Rich Dakota, 9641 Calliope, Shreveport, Louisiana 71115. I'm the plant manager for Ternium USA, located in the port of Shreveport-Bossier, and also the chairman-elect for the Greater Shreveport Chamber of Commerce. I drafted my comments, otherwise we'll be here all day, and I'm getting tired. While the continued economic development at the port of Shreveport-Bossier is critical to the citizens of Shreveport and Bossier, this isn't the primary purpose of my decision to address you. The concerns I share with you are those of me and my fellow port tenants. Each of us who've located there in the past decade did so with the expectation 3132 continuing to the port of Shreveport-Bossier. There is no doubt our trucks are going to get to us, whether you do it or not, but at what cost? Just between my company, Ternium USA, and my closest neighbor, Pratt Industries, we currently send over 2,000 trucks every month up and down LA1 to 3132, excuse me, I hate public speaking, via Flournoy Lucas. This doesn't include the other tenants that are predominantly truck heavy, nor the oil and gas trucks run the same stretch, nor the construction trucks for the new facility building at the port and soon to be finished goods that will be that'll bring our total number just between Pratt, us, and our new neighbor to 3,500 trucks per month.
Wow.
That's just between three of us. Okay, my concern, look, I want 3132. I don't care how it gets there. Don't care whose property it crosses, really don't. My concern, 100%, in regards to the safety of my employees and those of my colleagues within the port. I drive it every day. Okay? I observe the many ways vehicles are trying to circumvent the intersection of LA1 and Florida Lucas. I'm not even talking about Florida and 3132. If you can picture that intersection, okay, going past the sewer department, okay, East Kings ends at LA1. Cars are now coming north, taking a right onto East Kings and an immediate left onto Flournoy Lucas so that they can cross LA1. They're stopping in front of the fire station, a risk to public safety. I'm watching cars continue from the south through Flournoy Lucas, getting to the cutoff about 200-300 yards north, making U-turns in front of southbound traffic so that they can take a right on Flournoy Lucas. And then I'm watching my real favorites are the ones who are turning left onto Flournoy Lucas, turning a one-lane turn signal into a two-lane, which is not designed for. The issue is our employees down there live in every one of your districts. And make no mistake, it's not if someone gets killed down there, it's when. If you drive it every day like I do, I would encourage you to come down for the circus between 4:30 and 5:30 especially. I have changed the hours of my employees to off hours to 6:30 and 7 p.m. shift changes so that they can avoid it during peak hours for their safety. Okay, they work 12-hour days, 12-hour nights. I've changed it. The Port Commission supports it on record in their 2013 annual report. As port activity increases, there will be a need for further improvements to our regional roadway network. The port will continue to support the extension of 3132, completing I-49, and widening the Jimmy Davis Bridge and I-69. I personally witnessed an accident last year that happened coming off of Flournoy Lucas, turning north on LA1, where somebody came across, got hit, and hit the telephone pole. Within 30 seconds of that one, there was an accident at the East Kings LA1. That one I gave deposition to, and two elderly women were seriously hurt because it got backed up because people were trying to do crazy things at that intersection. I encourage the media to go watch it because it is a circus. It's getting crazy. So I don't care how they get there. I don't want to hinder Mr. Larkin. I don't want to hinder anybody. I just want 3132 like was promised to me 9 years ago, or to my company 9 years ago, was promised to Ed Kersey of Pratt, was promised to our Bentler people. Okay? Nobody's delivering on the promise. And that's all I have unless there's questions. Thank you for letting me address
Please
you.
go. We don't generally allow the clapping, but what you said was so good until I'll go over it this time. Anybody else got any questions? If not, Rick, I'm so glad to see you come down and speak for the port, because we go and we try to recruit industry out to the port, and then we tell them that we're going to put you on an unsafe highway, that some of your truckers might get killed, some of the local citizens might get killed, because we're concerned about somebody building 3 or 4 houses. I mean, if you go to Dallas, if you go to Houston, if you go to some of these other cities, that's what they're about, transportation. They're not about trying to develop some lots for somebody to build some houses. They are about the greater good of the city, the greater good of the economy. And I'm glad that you mentioned that, hey, this would be unsafe. This would really be unsafe. And you're concerned about your drivers. And you're concerned about me telling you come and locate at the port. And I'm not giving you a good way of bringing your products in and out. It doesn't make sense, does it?
No, sir.
Appreciate it, Rick.
And Pratt just dumped a truck over there, rolled one about 2 weeks ago on Flournoy Lucas. So it's getting worse.
It is.
Thank you,
God
sir.
bless you, and we appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Okay. And I'm sorry if I messed your name up. Scott, please. And Rick, again, you made a lot of sense. You made a lot of sense.
Well, I hope I make a lot of sense.
I hope so.
I'm Scott Martinez.
Right.
I'm with the North Louisiana Economic Partnership, 416 Texas Street, Shreveport, 71101. I'm here to talk about 3132. Obviously, my interests are economic development. We see what's happening at the port, and Rick, I appreciate what you said, and Dick, I appreciate what you said about what's going on currently, but I'm looking at $1 billion facility that's under construction out there.
Right.
We're about to dump 675 more people out there to work every day.
Right.
Regardless of what route this thing takes, we need to work as a community and work diligently to get this thing complete so it connects the port. There's still over 700 acres of developable property at that port that has been and has really grown into an economic engine, not only for Shreveport, but for North Louisiana. And I think for us not paying attention to this roadway and getting this thing forward is just not going to let us realize what we need to realize as a community from an economic development standpoint. I came here today and I didn't realize the contentious nature of this particular issue before this council, but I do know that we need that roadway protected, that right-of-way protected, that route, regardless of what route it takes. We've got to get that done. I would hate to be in a situation where we're having the same conversation 5 or 10 years from now, and we've got people continuing to get hurt on our roadways. So after listening to really both sides today, I encourage you to affirm MPC's recommendation. And I've got friends on both sides of this issue. And this is speaking from me. Thank you.
Rick, I'm sorry, Scott, just before you go, anybody got any questions?
And I don't want to be repetitive for what Mr. Dakota said or what Mr. Bramer said, so.
But you made a lot of sense. And,
well, the bar was set high.
It was. That's why I say you made a lot of sense, because you coming behind some lawyers, and anytime you have to come behind some lawyers.
Well, I'm salaried and not hourly.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You know it, right? That's what I'm saying. See, they're gonna stretch it.
Yes.
Because they want to make that money. But we appreciate you coming down, and you're about economic development for this community, and this is what this ought to be about. You're exactly right. I mean, I don't know why we got this discussion going on. I mean, common sense. I got a grandson that's in the 4th grade, and he would know how to sell this. Thank you very much. Okay. We've heard from Mr. Sinclair. Is this Hassel Vernon? Is this? Am I looking at Hastings?
Yeah.
Please.
I am not a lawyer.
Good.
Wait just a minute.
Good.
If the lawyer left, I'd be in here by myself.
Good.
I'm Vernon Hastings, 6105 Gay Lane, Shreveport, Louisiana, since 1947. I was at that second meeting at NCLOG, and I told them, they were talking about how they had to make sure the 3132 went down and met 69, and I told them, no one here is going to be alive when Highway 69 comes through, and I'm starting to think that no one's going to be alive when we get 3132 done. Because since that time, nothing's moved, nothing. Just like you said, you take a 5-year-old boy or girl and stand them at that, at where 3132 ends, and say, son, where should we go next? And they'll do that. We should go straight down to the economic engine, which we don't have anymore in this town, and do whatever it takes to get it in. Mayor Glover? Hello, Mayor Glover. May I speak to you, sir?
This is a situation that's going to be decided by the council.
I understand.
So
But you're going to speak later on.
What the chairman will tell you before, and that is you should direct your comments to the council, Mr. Hastings.
Go back to the phone.
Absolutely.
There's one man in here who makes the difference. There's one man who had a chance to vote at NCLOG who would have taken care of this. That man did not vote with the city. That man is a city employee. That man is a leader of the city. That man is going to make this the next great city of the South.
Who is that man?
We're not calling names because everybody's busy on the phone.
Oh, okay.
but that man could have taken care of it at that point. He voted at every time with the Inclog boys and Mr. Larkin. So here we are, 3 or 4 years later, and nothing's done. And we're looking like a city that cannot do its job. Have y'all seen the population figures for this city lately? Everyone's leaving. Where are they going? They're going to Bossier. They're going to get out of here. We need to do all we can to produce jobs to get things going. And we're not doing it. Don't ask me why we end up like this. You have to ask the people who did the Inclog thing. Well, how that got started, why they're going to basically kill 3132 at that point. That was the fight 3 years ago. They were just going to kill it and leave it right there and let all these 3,000 trucks drive down and take a lap. So I'd like to point out that Keith Hightower gave us the convention center in that hotel that's killing us. We had a mayor who screwed around and we didn't get to build a auditorium, so now you have Centritel over there. And we had a mayor who screwed up and we got 1 or 2 boats when we could have gotten a bunch of them. The decisions that the leaders make in this city, all cities, don't just impact them and the people today, they impact the future. The kids who might be riding on that road, who may be driving down that road to get a job. When you start pouring concrete, you change the whole thing. People wonder how things are. Someday, people are going to be driving around and they'll take a left on Flournoy Lucas. They'll say, Daddy, how come we always do this? And they'll say, well, they just couldn't decide to build 3132 years ago, and now there's houses out there, so we can't do it, son. I mean, grow up, people. What is it? Well, I'm not talking about just about y'all. I'm talking about Inclog, DOT, everybody. I can't understand it. All the people who are supposedly working for our interest, public bodies who have written rules and regulations to produce for the citizens, they're the ones we got to fight the most to get anywhere. What is it? That's my last statement. I probably won't speak on this again. I'll speak it about 5 times. I beg you, if you want me to, I'll get down on my knees and crawl around here. I beg you to back up the NPC. If, you know, the money we spent on lawyers already, you could have bought those damn 3 or 4 lots. You know, and then they'd be ours. We wouldn't have to worry about it. You wouldn't have all these high-powered guys up here. So, come on. Whatever it takes, let's get this thing done. See you.
Vernon, just before you go, you didn't have anything in writing, and you made a whole lot of sense. Thank you. Gil, please come forward.
Gentlemen, I'm Gil Pittard, live in Shreveport at 492 Grand Oaks Drive, 71106. I don't have anything in writing, that's your agenda. And I don't know that I can say anything any different from what Mr. Hastings said. I wasn't here then, but I was in the general area. I've heard about 3132. With my home being in DeSoto Parish, I knew what was going on here. I looked forward to it. I came back to Louisiana, came to Shreveport, on southeast Shreveport. I expected that road to be going in. There's been a lot of infighting. And you know, there's a lot of things in government, from the presidency on down, that we don't understand. Why our morals and our principles and our liberties are always at stake, because somebody maybe has their hand under the table. It's time to get this done. And the way to get it done is to get it back on track, to sustain what the Planning Commission has done, and let's get back on the road to build the road. Thank you, gentlemen. That's
Yeah,
all I
we
have to say.
appreciate it. And again, you made a lot of sense.
I did it quicker, too.
You sure did.
Amen.
Okay, Mr. Willie Bradford, I believe you are the last on the list, and what, Elliot, where's Elliot? Okay, Willie, just before you start, those of you that are here for 3132, would you please stand? To Bill, to affirm the decision. Well, let me say it like this. And I'm wait, no, don't y'all sit down. Don't y'all sit down.
Wait for your speech.
Yes. Those of you that are here to affirm the decision of the MPC, would you please stand? All right. I see we got some folks sitting, and we got some folks who still standing. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Bradford, I'm sorry. Could I call up Mr. Ross Barrett before I get to you? Would that be all right, Mr. Bradford?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman and City Council members, Mr. Thompson, thank you for letting me speak very briefly. My name is Ross Barrett. I live at 450 Piermont Road, Shreveport, Louisiana. I'm here today on behalf of the Committee of 100. We are a nonprofit group of businessmen and businesswomen. We do many things. We volunteer our time to help make the greater Northwest Louisiana area conducive to business. We believe that it creation of jobs is perhaps the most important thing the private sector can do. It creates stability in the world and our community and just makes things go round. At any rate, we support and secure infrastructure projects. We have helped LSU Health Sciences Center when they were being privatized. We advocate for Barksdale Air Force Base, for example's sake. This came to our attention. I currently am the head of the Economic Development Committee. And when this came to our attention, we asked Ronnie Remedies, who's on the Metropolitan Planning Commission, to just give us an overview. The committee's about 15 members, very diverse industries. Unanimously, we passed a resolution to support the MPC decision, unanimously. There was no debate on whether or not this should happen or should not happen this way or this way. It went through the process. The MPC has made their decision, and as a private sector, we implore you to please support and affirm the decision of the Metropolitan Planning Commission.
Thank you very much. Well, any questions? See, y'all get off easy. All the lawyers get all the questions. Okay, thank you very much. All right.
By the way, he's a lawyer.
Oh, he's a lawyer.
So just so you know, I mean, he hides in a different veil, but he is actually an attorney.
All right. Well, now, I hope Mr. Bradford here is not a lawyer, so, okay. Thank you, Mr. Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Willie Bradford. I live at 3026 Independence Avenue, Shreveport. Let me mention that I am a employee of Willis Lane Health System, but I'm not here today representing Willis Lane Health System. I'm here today as a resident of Shreveport who's concerned about the safety of other residents of Shreveport, residents who have to travel to the port of Shreveport Bossier daily for their job and for work opportunities. We've had 3 hours of what I consider enlightening as well as healthy discussions regarding this matter. Starting in 1956, but more specifically in 1992, city leaders, let me just say this. Someone once said that the future belongs to those who prepare for it today. So years ago, city leaders saw the future. They saw Red River and the port of Shreveport Bossier as being a future economic engine for this city. They had vision to see that. In 1992, that's when they really started to see it, that transportation was a vital and an essential component in this vision of getting to and from the port of Shreveport Bossier. So they commissioned a study. They called it the Interloop Corridor Extension Study. And within that study, other things started to happen. We debated this issue at least 2 years ago, I think, before you. I would have hoped that you would have yourselves did some research so that you would understand the importance of what we're talking about as well as, and I'm sure you do. But as far as what has happened since then, when I first heard that Mr. Larkins was before the MPC again, I asked Elliot Stonesaper, I said, what's new? Because I knew that we had pretty much aired out pretty much everything that we could air out to sort of preserve what we was trying to preserve, and that was that preferred route to the port. So he said nothing new. So then I asked myself, I said, well, what was new that Mr. Larkin and Larkin Development would come back to the MPC? Would they have additional information so that they could persuade or influence the MPC that they was wrong in their previous decisions as it relates to this highway? Obviously, they had nothing new because the MPC 2 weeks ago affirmed their previous decisions in denying the necessary permits to allow the development of the neighborhood to move forward. Then I asked myself the question, what's new with the city council? That Mr. Larkins would feel compelled or feel comfortable appealing the MPC's ruling once again to you. I considered that approaches has been made and that because votes are essential on this body, I felt like they may have felt that they had gotten the proper votes to make this ruling overturned. So, Mr. Chairman, our city leaders in the past understood the importance of this extension. Many people, for many years, spent years of planning and anticipating of this highway coming to fruition. As you've heard, it's unfortunate that 12 Oaks was allowed to be built, obviously because of money and profits. It's unfortunate that Mr. Larkin purchased land that was in that route to the port of Shreveport Bossier. Very unfortunate. It's unfortunate that he made such large investments to that extent, Mr. Chairman. And we understand large investments. You understand large investments? People in this room understand large investments. The institution that I work for years have purchased properties and lands for expansion purposes, only to find out that their investments in the properties and land that they purchased could not be used. oftentimes not to be used because of decisions made by the MPC. So we understand. We understand that millions of dollars has been dealt and obligated. But at the same time, Mr. Chairman, the MPC researched, put in countless hours before they come into their decision. Mr. Stone Cypress said yesterday, and he said again today, mistakes have been made. Many mistakes have been made. Some of the mistakes were intentional, yet some was innocent. They was only innocent because, according to Mr. Stone Cypress, because the truth was not told. And when the truth is not told, then we can only base what we do on the information that we have. Now, I'm concerned about being here today with this appeal. Because I said again, what changed? Why are we here? The vote of the MPC, I thought was proper. I don't think Mr. Larkin's rights was violated at all in their decision. So I came today to say enough is enough. Enough misinformation, enough half-truths, enough political pressures. Millions of dollars are now being spent for feasibility studies. The DOTD is in the process of conducting those. Litigations are pending in both federal and state courts. There has been mountings, let me say miles of emails, as well as mountings of other evidence that has been uncovered that will show that there's a dead cat on the line from here to Baton Rouge. I ask you to uphold the decision of the MPC and allow 3132 extension the opportunity to happen. The opportunity, Mr. Chairman. Allow the city the opportunity to grow. We don't know what DOTD's decision is going to be regarding a route to the port. It may be a decision of no bill. We don't know that, but we need the opportunity for that to happen. I was before you 2 weeks ago, addressing you on another matter of great importance to this city. I asked you then, as I ask you now, that you will maintain your governing principles. That's a process. That you would maintain your governing principles in dealing with this matter as you have with other matters. Allow the pending matters to be resolved. Nobody has been violated. The citizens deserve the opportunity to see if this highway could be built so that we can relieve the traffic congestions, the unsafeness of that route piling into Florida Lucas, going past elderly homes and 12 Oak homes and other people's homes and piling in as a bottleneck into Highway 1, and everybody's driving the obstacle course trying to get to where they want to go. That's not fair for the citizens. I'm asking you to do the right thing. It's not about who's right, what's right. It's about what's right, not who's right and who's wrong, but what's right and what's wrong. I exhort you today. We've heard a lot of information, but I exhort you today to uphold your governing principles and give the citizens of the city the opportunity to see if indeed we can travel a safe highway to and from work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just before you go to your seat, any questions from anybody? If not, Mr. Bradford, again, you're not an attorney, but I want to tell you, you made a whole lot of sense.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. At this time, Mr. Clerk, I will move that we will uphold the decision of the MPC.
Mr. Chairman, you weren't going to give the rebuttal to Tom?
I'm sorry. I don't. Okay, Mr. Sinclair, want to.
Thank you. You guys have heard enough. We'll waive our rebuttal.
Thank you so very much.
Okay, I second your motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. At this particular time, do we have any questions or discussion from any of the council members? It's not on this. Well, just hold up for a minute or two, and we're gonna let you. We'll let you come up and say it.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make a couple of statements.
Please.
I think it's, I don't know what the word is, ironic or unfortunate, but this matter continues to come before the City Council, and we are not the body that's charged with transportation planning. We're not charged with building roads that are outside the city limits. And I think certainly from our conversations over the past couple of years, we know that we're not the body that has funding to build a road. We've heard representatives from the Chamber, from NLAP, from the Committee of 100 here today, but nobody has talked about how this project is going to move forward. There's been no talk of, does the state have money set back for it? We've talked about I-69, but I've not seen any proclamations encouraging that we move forward with I-69. It's good to hear that our businesses at the port are successful and that they're thriving and that we may have more businesses come in. I don't know who made the promises to Pratt or Terinium that there would be 3132 built by now. But my question is, and nobody seems to be able to answer this, is how is it going to get built? Because nobody has stepped up to say, here's funding, here's a method, here's a way to do this. There's not going to be a quick relief for companies who have trucks on Florida Lucas. We've heard a lot of emotional appeals, a lot of things that we've heard before. As you said earlier, Mr. Chairman, we're here to look at an MPC appeal, not things related to the court cases that are still pending, not were shenanigans pulled in Baton Rouge or in other bodies. We have to put our blinders on to some extent and look at the MPC appeal. Was a decision made that needs to be modified, overturned, or whatever, or upheld. I believe, based on the information that I've heard and seen and my research that I've done, I believe that Mr. Larkin would be eligible to have some money coming his way for a taking. I heard Mr. Stonecipher say earlier that he believed there would be a price for upholding the MPC appeal to Mr. Larkin. I've talked to both sides, and I'll address Mr. Elrod and Mr. Stonecipher and their group right now. When we talked, I told you something. And I don't know how the votes are going to come out today, and I could hide behind the vote and take the easy way out. But I'm not willing to put the citizens of Shreveport on the line for a $10 million lawsuit that I believe we're going to have to pay if we don't move forward with an amended, approaching this with an amended motion. I think that still gives time for everything to play out in court, and obviously, it's going to. Obviously, there's going to be continued court cases because we need to get to the bottom of things. I applaud the work that the Finish 3132 Coalition has done, some of the things they've uncovered. And if it shows that something was done wrong in Baton Rouge, something was done with studies, and studies need to be redone, that's fine. But at this point, we're at a place where nothing, not one thing, is moving forward. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would offer a substitute motion. I move to modify the decision of the Metropolitan Planning Commission in case SC 1314 by approving the application subject to a revised plat and to be submitted to the interim executive director for signature that eliminates the land shown on the previously submitted plat as lots 201, 202, 203, 2000, 201, 2002, 2003, and all other portions of the revised plat to remain the same as the previously submitted plat.
Second.
Mr. Chairman.
At this particular point, I will not entertain that motion as the chairman. I will go back to the previous motion. If there anyone else that would like to speak on the previous motion, I will entertain your observation or questions at this particular point. If not, I'd like to speak on it, but I'm not going to entertain.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Can we do that?
I don't think, I will tell you, since we've been on this council, we haven't done it, but I'm not going to say I'm the arbiter of that.
Well, I can as a chairman, because we might have somebody else that want to speak on the previous motion. And
You just said you want to take up discussion on the previous motion.
Right, we're going to take up discussion on the previous motion.
Yeah, that
and if he
motion's
wants to come back later on and make his motion, he
I
can.
thought you were not going to accept his substitute motion.
Not at this particular point. I'm not going to accept this substitute.
I don't think it can be
Where's the attorney?
Mr. Chairman,
Right there.
the council's normal practice is if there's a main motion and then a substitute motion, they have always taken the substitute motion first. I don't have Robert's rules in front of me, so I can't.
If you have Robert rules of order, well, we will take the substitute motion. Let me say this. I think we have heard that we've spent too much time in order not to do anything. And this is what we're doing if we take the substitute motion. We're not doing anything. I think, like Mr. Bradford said, that we need to give the city the opportunity to grow. About the $10 million lawsuit, we don't know anything about that. That's guessing. That's guessing, the $10 million lawsuit. That's a guess. I don't think we need to make decisions on what we're guessing at. Because if we would do that, we will always be making decisions on guessing at things. We need to make a decision. We need to make a decision as what's going to be in the best interest of the citizens of Shreveport and what's going to be in the best interest of the business community. We've had business leaders to come down and make the statement. We've been going, selling the port by saying if you come and locate your company out at the port, you will have a good infrastructure to get your goods from point A to point B. And I think Mr. Larkins them ought to understand this. After we make this decision, if they want to go to court, go to court. That's what we got courts for. We can't keep them from going to court. I don't care what kind of decision we make. And I don't think we need to start doing that. I don't think we need to stop making decisions on, if we make decisions in, somebody's going to take us to court. That's what courts are for. Let them take us to court. So I will say now, you want to state your substitute motion again?
I've already stated it. I think it's time to vote.
I'd like to speak on the motion.
Okay, please.
I think we're doing the citizens wrong if we allow to make any alterations to what Mr. Larkin presented to the MPC and what they based their decision on. And as you said earlier, our vote today is to vote or uphold the MPC or deny the MPC's decision, and not to make changes in what Mr. Larkin can do or what cannot do with the land. Whether you take away Section 6 or whatever, as we say, is not really for us to decide. This is going to wind up in federal court. There's no doubt about it. Right. But I don't think that I think we're doing the citizens an unjust if we allow Mr. Larkin to move forward with any changes. We need to stop the entire project out there until a study is made and finalized so that you know exactly where he can and where he cannot build. And I hope this council will think about what the citizens of this city want, and I think every one of the council members know that there's not one person in this city that does not want to see 3132 completed. And so giving Mr. Larkin an alternative is just muddying the water. And I just think we're wrong to do that, and I hope this council will vote no and will vote on the original motion with the uphold MPC. Thank you.
Councilman, thank you very much. Okay. Since we all understand the substitute motion that was made, I would ask you to please, let's vote no on it. Let's get back to the original motion and let's settle this. Because if we don't, we're going to be right here 2 years from now. All in favor vote yes. Opposers vote no. The substitute motion passes with a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes, and you got 2 votes who voted against the substitute motion. That was Shine in District F and Webb in District E. So that means that we'll be right back here, Elliot.
May I make a comment? I would like to say just one thing, that there are a lot of good points and people working hard on both sides on this particular issue. I would like to see that same level of cooperation, hard work, overtures in terms of, in these court proceedings about coming up with some ways to move forward, because I am of the opinion that the actions by the attorneys on both sides and the governmental agencies are making this a lot more difficult, because I, like Councilman Shine, do feel that it's not going to be long till we're here again with the rest of Unit 6. And I don't want to deal with that then. And I think, if I could send a message to whoever represents those governmental agencies in that federal court case, I think their overture that the coalition has made is a reasonable approach, so that we can actually, if there's hidden routes or these other routes or whatever, get those out there. Let's start the process over, because if we're here 4 years from now, I can assure you Mr. Larkin is going to be back here in front of us before then about more subdivisions. So, that's my appeal, if there is one, and I don't know if I have any standing for an appeal, but I'd really like to see people move forward in that regard so that we can at least move into stage 1 and find out where this route will or will not end up. So that's my one comment. Thank you.
Okay, any more comments?
Can we take a short recess, Mr. Chair?
In just 1 minute we can. Mr. Larkins, Mr. Arsenault. Good victory. I know it was a surprise victory. I know it was very surprising to me. We will take how long? 5 minutes? We need 5 minutes recess. We got some old men up here, and they might need to put it up.
I don't know if it's a victory. I don't think it's a victory.
Mr. Pencil?
About 5, they start.
Attorney Pencil?
I didn't see that one coming.
I was thinking about it. All right.
I thought it was
You all made a great presentation. Okay. On behalf of the people of Shreveport.
Yeah. And in this case, it was enough.
I had a feeling you I was sure you go the other way.
No. I knew better than that. I knew where you was. I knew where you was.
I mean, I had to tell you. I'm embarrassed if I had surprised on 2 votes.
What's going on, Terry?
Who you surprised?
Yesterday, I don't know.
You don't have to worry about hooking
I
my
mean, I
back
have to tell
up.
you.
Willie?
Who is this?
I tell you that.
Being so much.
What's that? They're arguing about it.
I was surprised.
How much time do you got left?
We both leave on the day after Christmas.
Stan got away that quick.
Oh, he ain't going nowhere.
Stan,
He
I
goes.
see you trying to hide behind those blocks.
Going nowhere. we all got to be. But yeah.
Wait to read the email. Well, I mean, because that's what I'm saying. I was like, Jeff knows.
One of that room.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, that deal.
I'm going along to
I know that. Look, I see you all the time.
What's the thing?
She's, yeah, we got somebody back there with a white shirt on. Yeah. Good to see you, my friend. Every now and then, I like the blind hole. You get an acorn.
I know.
You got any crackers left?
It's rude or not to eat in here, but I'm about to open them during the break.
There's a sign outside, but be discreet.
If you see me step outside again and see those crackers.
You can always palm them.
Keep it up, you're going to get a rib dinner. Did you see my poker face? No, because I was trying to maintain.
Hey, Sammy.
I'm starting to think I might have been glued to the chair.
I decided to come when I saw you next
How you doing, Patrick? Good to see you. Good work you doing. Absolutely.
All right, see you later. I had to pick it out. Thank you for your service. See you later.
You're welcome. Appreciate you.
No, I'm starting to think I might have been glued to the chair.
It was a Corbin and Rose.
That was ridiculous.
3.5 hours? Yeah.
Please.
Oh, but I think it's
3.5.
Besides,
And she had to get by the plug.
see how fast you let's get through the rest of this, you
well,
know.
the thing is that me and Don Hanley went to the Bossier Trails on Airline Drive before I came here, so I could pick him up for his Father's Day. And so he did that, and then he asked me what was going on recently at my place. And I had to tell him the
Shane, you can be down here.
basic nonsense that took place on
Yeah, we
Bay
need a microwave.
at my complex. Somebody, I don't know who it was, but they were banging on doors downstairs at my building. And then when nobody answered, they were so mad they fired 4 gunshots outside of our complex that I had to call them. Funny gunshots.
She really needs.
I didn't know. And out.
They was thinking this
I
is
want
a
to make sure
new.
that I get a chance to say something about it before I have to go.
Well, and what you may want to do, Sammy, is
I'm not.
or when you hear that kind of slamming on doors and what have you, call the police right then.
I went to my door and I hollered, "Stop that nonsense or I'll call the law."
Okay.
We got to get us a microwave then.
It's called a hearty slap on the back. No.
Wouldn't that be nice? Mayor, we got to start looking out for the people now.
Now, every now and then.
People this weekend and
Well, all I know is it was just so stupid. Waking people up at 5:25 a.m. in the morning. And when I made the report,
Jackie, you know what? I tried to make the coffee, but you know it's not like yours. It's that magic finger.
Magic finger.
Even Dale didn't get any of my coffee.
Really? Dale didn't want your
He
coffee?
just walked in here with a piece of pizza.
Oh, that is too funny.
Say again?
I made coffee.
You got to pay me to go down. Oh, I'm gonna get some. We'll get I got comfortable.
Please, I'm gonna get some.
Oh, just for folks out here. So we'll be bringing it back, but that's gonna be enough. All right. So, how many pieces you need? $40.
Did you hear? Yeah.
What did you call?
Well, I had to have
We're not muted up here, you know. I can hear everything on the stage.
Okay, now it's muted. Mine isn't unmuted.
Handwritten
Yeah,
copy
you can hear it over the TV. I was checking to see if, that sounds like it's still on. You hear it?
It's too late. The council members' time is expired. They're 5 minutes up.
All this up. Okay, all right.
But it's one particular
Okay,
matter.
yeah, you can.
God,
Oh, well.
the body of Christ.
Here, stepped out.
I think B just went to round up everybody.
I didn't know if I could get up.
Yeah.
B just went to round up everybody.
Yeah, maybe all right. That's ridiculous.
Look what Annie Pearl doing to
Chair's
me.
just so attached to me. I think.
And you know she shouldn't do me like this. This is what she
Crawfish?
does. Crawfish.
Where's she at?
I don't know where she at. I think Kim's.
Oh, over in Bossier?
Yeah. They got the best, you know.
Do
But
they?
so high. Yeah, Kim's.
How much?
$4 something a pound, but you talking about good and they nice size.
Mm.
And they spicy. Yes. He needs to explain to them why that they have.
Got it. I had my first and only crawfish last Sunday, not this past, not day before yesterday, but a week ago.
Oh, well, you gotta get in the groove. You're not in the groove yet.
So, yeah.
You know, my mama used to actually peel my daddy's crawfish.
Are you serious?
That's the only way he ate them. I said,
Are you serious?
I promise.
Oh, now see, now
That's ridiculous, isn't
you messing up the image of Mr. Wilson in my mind. Now that's
Otherwise,
Yeah.
how you doing, sir? I'm sorry to interrupt. Otherwise, he wouldn't deal with it.
Are you serious?
I said, that's a
You
shame.
remember when we used to go crawfishing on Russell Road?
I remember I used to crawfish with Ron Harvey Ray, and look, they would crawfish be this big.
Yeah, we doing it.
They would peel them, and I would cook
Are you a
them.
father?
And when they cook, they would
Are
be
you a
large
father?
and this
Well,
big.
how many kids you got? 3,
All
4?
right. See, you I remember getting them out the dick. You get the 1 or 2 out the hole.
Fat meat.
Right,
Redheads
exactly.
and no
But now on
necks.
Russell Road, you go set the nets out, you get a cooler full.
See, I took Don Hanley out to Bossier Trade Host on Airline Drive.
Okay.
Down there today, just came out for his Father's Day.
Okay.
And I want to make sure that I just didn't miss getting his home.
Oh, okay. Mayor,
Yes,
I
sir.
had a call today from a builder, I guess you could say, he was a builder. He was talking about tax redemptions in the tax office. I guess they fax them over. He said it takes 3 and 4 days to get them back. They don't have enough people in there to get those things back in a day's time or
You
whatever.
may be low on funds now, but can you got a number? You want to give me a number on them so we can,
Yeah,
email it or
Buddy
text it to
Collins.
him? Buddy Collins, okay,
Yeah.
real estate guy?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
gonna call me about it.
Okay.
Let's see if I got a number.
You want me to just, we'll reach out to him directly?
Yeah,
and-
let's see. I don't know which one of these phone numbers was his. Let's see. I hate just throw numbers out at you because I don't know.
Well, I know,
Yeah.
I can find him in the book.
Yeah, just find him in the book,
Right,
Buddy
okay.
Collins, builder and all that.
And for him
Yeah.
direct.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, he's the one that called me about it, and he was kind of upset about it.
They never back on
Usually when you go
communications
up
from the
there,
mayor.
you get it fine, buddy. get over in that right.
Can we skip over that part?
And they'll come up there and take that tax stuff from out of the back room. He said, yeah, he's talking about he faxes them over. It takes them 3 or 4 days to get them back.
Okay, we'll find out.
Okay.
All right. A badge and a gun and a Colt 45 and a house and a car. Bro, that's nice.
That's my right, Michael Larkin, younger brother.
How are you?
Good job. That's the house of the courthouse, the federal courthouse over there. That's my time.
Who can confirm?
I got contribution to this whole thing. Could have voted no, but still come. Partners of my ministry. You were very, very impressive tonight. I want to come tell you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My brother Cole.
American is starting?
I thought we were starting.
I never pass out an opportunity. Man, everybody says they were proud of me.
Huh?
Everybody says they were proud of me.
Proud of me? For not saying anything?
I was waiting.
You sure would. You sure would.
On another subject.
Just there a while, huh? How are you?
Good, how are you?
And then we got a
Not this.
Oh, goodness, that just keeps going on. I know, it just, I just never realized that would be such a
decided to keep the board just at 5. Right now it's at 0. Nothing
At least from we can go over the next month because I've never heard that.
So I think he's calling, trying to get an update. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Charles is it? Charles Roper is it, so.
He'll communicate, I'm gonna let him communicate.
Charles and I talking last week, I told
Oh, that thing,
one, get them, at this point, well, at this point, we're gonna get the authorization from you guys to give them something other than the North Shreveport Industrial Park and the parking garage. Right. That's still where they are, by their bylaws, limited. They can only expand their bylaws or change their bylaws to count improvement. Once that happens,
last year we were right at 9%.
try and figure out links stuff as well, and roll it in.
Can't wait to read emails. I mean, it's just how it is.
I mean, I'm sitting there, sending
You missed a good one a while ago.
I had run to work. Why did they, I mean, why they got power, none of them would say anything. And I think that there are.
Terry gave me that. I looked at her. I was going to ask her, did oh, young man tell you to give me that? I thought it was a contest. I'm like, who told you to give me that? Where is it? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Who is it?
Absolutely. Leave it to you. To my surprise,
That's why I went to be at our first block party out in Springs. When
All
the airport for so long trying to get here, no, bounce house. I said, I'm gonna go film the
Who was he?
You know, bouncing house. Hang on a little bit.
I'm Pop off. Who was that? Worldwide Ministry.
I never thought I'd get you to laugh that hard.
Politicians, Pharisees, It's not an 8 minutes.
Gentlemen, we got 5.
Live with me. I will be live with the power of God and I say myself something like this.
I want to pray again.
JoJo Ward. Yeah. 1989 JoJo Ward. Right. I knew JoJo Ward. Yeah. And then Devil himself.
B,
Yes, sir.
what is her name back there?
That's a move right here.
Yeah,
I'm
with
sorry.
with the gold shirt on.
I'm doing my
No, with the gold shirt on.
Someone let her come up so
I'm
she
sorry,
can go
there's
home.
2 goals and I just.
Oh, the lady who wanted to speak.
The lady right behind you.
Who wanted to speak? Shelley, her right in front of you.
Yeah.
Somebody else has a gold shirt. Yeah, I got you.
Good afternoon.
Just 1 minute. We're back into the regular session. We're gonna let the citizen come up and tell us what's on her mind so she'll have enough time to catch the bus and get home. Give us your name and your address, please, ma'am.
My name is Julia J. Smith. I'm at 3154 Milton. And my address and my phone number, 318-828-3154. I got a complaint.
Okay.
I'm trying to do the right thing, but you still take advantage. And I'm tired of taking advantage now. I want my peace now. I want my peace. Some kind of way I gotta have my peace. I don't have no kind of peace in the city. City just pull me down everything. Everywhere I go, I pull me down. I'm tired of that. I need peace. I can't got no peace in my house. No children. That's the peace out. I need peace. I ain't got no Privacy Act. I ain't got no Clearance Act. I ain't got no this act. I ain't got nothing. I need that. I ain't did nothing. I got problems. Everybody look at me. Personal problem, money problems, every kind of problem, I got it. Family problems. I'm doing the best I can. I got a family, they don't have nothing. I can't do what I can't do. And they come into my house, vandalize my house. I can't do nothing for them. I be gone, they put cameras in my house. I don't like that. Holes in my wall. You know, the cameras coming through there, peeping through there with a light. And I vandalized leaking in there. And I ain't got no money, not my electric, I still ain't got nothing to get it on. I need that. I ain't gonna get no peace till I get it. All the neighbors treat me bad. I'm tired of seeing the people bad. Oh, everybody in the store, everyone, I'm tired of that. I don't need peace now. I don't want to wait, I want it now.
Chief, I hate to do this, but if you and Miss Bunny Moore, Miss Moore, if you all would get her name and Chief, to see what we can do, if you can get her address and see what we can do, Miss Moore, if you will come up and get her name too, and address, and see what kind of social programs to see what kind of social programs, Ms. Moore, we can get her in that will provide her with some help. We would all appreciate it. Miss, these two people right here will help you. Deputy Chief and Ms. Bonnie Moore, they will help you solve some of the problems that you have.
Okay.
So if you will go back in the back and sit down and talk to them and just give them your name and address, and they'll have somebody who will come out and contact you. We have.
Okay, I appreciate that.
We have officers who come out and would check on whether somebody's got some cameras in your house or whether somebody.
Something in there. I can tell something in there. Peep through there. Got a crack in there. It's cold in there and I can't get nothing.
Okay.
Everybody vandalizing my house. I can't do it. If they do it when I leave the house and come straight back, it's still in there.
Okay, well, they will make sure that that does not happen to you anymore. Thank you very much for coming down. Okay. Mr. Mayor, we're back into our regular agenda, and we will call on you for any awards and recognitions of. And I guess we've had so many important folks down here today until.
In the interest of time, Mr. Shine, we shall pass on both, with the exception of expressing great thanks to Mr. Steve Schoonover and all the folks out at Module X for the outstanding job announcement on yesterday. $17 million worth of state investment, another $7.5 million by Mr. Schoonover and his lovely wife will result in the maintaining of 109 jobs and the addition of at least 357. And so much welcome news and great opportunity for us to put that particular piece of property in a better posture. And we have some legislation that's in line with that we will address at the proper time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, any communications from council members at this point?
Shine.
Yes, ma'am.
I just shared this information with the news media. I got a call just before.
Chief, thank you. Here.
Just before I left home regarding a resident in the Allendale community, Miss Eloise Edwards. She resides at 1840 Anna Street, and she's turning 100 years old today. So we want to give her a shout out in Allendale. Miss Eloise Anderson, happy birthday on your 100th birthday.
Happy birthday.
Okay. All right, Ms. Farnell.
Mr. Green is here.
Mr. Green. Any questions for Mr. Green from property standards? Now, Mr. Green, thank you.
I have something I need to share regarding, and I want to express my gratitude to Councilman Oliver Jenkins in his absence. I don't know if you all recall the property standards issue with, I think his name was Mr. Hawkins. But it was recommended that he get that his property be demolished on Skelly Street. I was able to contact him on yesterday. He was thinking, or under the impression that the meeting date, of course it wouldn't have really mattered, was June 7th. And he is handy. I mean, he does have a disability. He's a wheelchair patient. But anyway, you know, when it was mentioned, Ron, that the house wasn't secured, the part that was actually showing unsecured, Sam, he said that was really a placement for the hot water tank. It wasn't that the back of the house was unsecured. So I actually had him to speak with Dorothy Farnell today, and it seems like she's given that some reconciliation. And as a matter of fact, he was supposed to be here today, but after he explained that he was in the wheelchair, I told him that I would make sure I brought it before the council to make you all aware that I had spoken with him, and he's also spoken with Miss Dorothy Farnell. And I shared it with you as well, right, Mr. Griffin? Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm always concerned when they're not here and we order those demolitions, because sometimes people, they can get confused on the meeting time and dates.
Right.
So
Right.
glad it worked out.
It was a hot water heater door.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Sibley, do you have the revenue collection plan?
Yes, sir, Mr. Vice Chairman. You guys should have received it electronically. I'll simply note that the positive trend in sales tax continues. It's downward in hotels and auto sales, but still positive for the year. The sectors appear to be what we talked about before in terms of wholesale durable goods, mining, et cetera. I will note to the council that those of us on the revenue side will be sitting here the next 30 days ago doing what we did last year, kind of a mid-year analysis, coming forward to the mayor and the council with any recommendations on adjustments that may need to be made. But we're certainly optimistic based on the collections thus far that we are having a pretty good year in that sense. So if there are any questions, we'll take them. Otherwise, we'll save a little time.
It was good to see you.
Ms. Scott, please. Bond forfeit. Report.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have anything to add other than the report that was sent to you all electronically on Friday, but I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Any questions from Ms. Scott?
I do have one, just a quick question. How are we coming on that lawsuit that is about more than half of it, or almost half of it?
It is more than half of it, and that's what I was about to say. I hope to have some good news for you next month. We're trying to get a court date for that, and hopefully we will have those set, and I could give you the court date next month. And resolution of those will actually hopefully bring in about half of the 300 and so thousand that's still showing as outstanding, and that has been shown as outstanding for some time.
Yeah, I mean, the rest kind of just takes its course, but that just never moves at all.
Exactly.
Okay, Mr. Thompson has no public hearing.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have any legislation that needs to be added to the agenda?
Yes, sir. Yesterday, we mentioned ordinance number 52, which was inadvertently left off of the agenda. It authorizes the mayor to execute a contract with Dr. David Clemens. It had been on the agenda for a while, and I think council members are familiar with it. We would just ask it to be put on so that you can take any action that you deem appropriate. We also have a new ordinance authorizing an amendment to the lease with MBI Global LLC. We received it just before this meeting, so I don't know whether it's on your electronic agenda or not.
I believe it's on number 66.
You just have to refresh it.
Yeah, number 66.
But I don't know whether Ms. Scott or the mayor.
Mr. Chairman?
Comments.
Yes, sir.
If you all, council members, you all remember on yesterday, and this is an evolving set of circumstances, an example of the city of Shreveport, Mr. Jenkins moving at the speed of business, if you will. If you all will remember, the original intent was for there to be an amendment to the MBI lease, and then there was a decision on the part of the entities involved to do a sublease of the current lease, which would have not necessitated any action by the city. But the request was that we would, as opposed to withdrawing that legislation, would place it on the table so as to be in a position that in the event that there was a meeting of the minds with regard to actual new lease terms, that would not have to go through the minimum 6 week period of time for layover, but still be able to take advantage of the process that is already underway. In researching the matter further with staff, because the new lease would not be an amendment to the MBI lease, but would in fact be a lease with the Module X, then what we are asking at this point was that we do in fact withdraw the MBI, but that we introduce the legislation that would potentially start the clock ticking on a new lease for the Module X folks.
I have one concern. Do we not need a different heading for this ordinance? The ordinance says a lease with MBI Global on this new ordinance.
Under the current scenario, Mr. Jenkins, the MBI lease will be assigned to MBI Global, who then will execute a sublease with Module X. So our lease would be with MBI Global.
Our contract is
with MBI Global, correct?
Okay. So not MB Industries, MBI Global.
Correct.
I got you. Okay.
Correct.
Let me say
Related
this.
but separate companies.
Why don't we get it on the agenda, and if we need to do any changes or any modifications or whatever, we can do that. But let's try to get it on the agenda right now. And
Move to introduce.
And we would ask to remove ordinance 54 is the one that has the old title on it.
wait,
Now, with MBI, their lease amount was a dollar?
No, sir.
Not much more than that.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
What, was
It
it
was
$1,000? $1,000.
$1,000 per month.
All right, what's it gonna be for?
The same terms and conditions.
Same thing.
You know.
Correct.
As we indicated in the note, we were hopeful this would be an opportunity that we could tweak that lease a little, but since they don't have to come to us because they're doing a sublease, then we don't get the opportunity to modify.
We didn't
this
have
extension.
anything in our contract that would disallow them from subleasing?
Only if they did it with
They
a
were subleasing from,
only if they did it with a non-related company,
okay.
basically. Someone that either wasn't a merger, wasn't an acquisition, and didn't have co-ownership. So they read the lease pretty well.
My 2 cents on that is to make sure that they can produce some jobs. I mean,
Well, yeah, that's true,
yeah, that's my 2 cents.
But I knew we were disappointed that we weren't able to charge MBI a higher rent.
Well, we were disappointed that we could not charge them a higher rent if they were not able to produce jobs. It's one thing to have low rent and jobs.
Right.
It's another thing to have no jobs and low rent. And you simply hold on to the lease in order to be able to just keep us from being able to make any additional use of it. In this particular situation, what you have is Mr. Schoonover and his company that's come in, that's working essentially a partnership joint venture with MBI with the intention of actually forming a new entity. In the meantime, they are executing a sublease with the MBI folks with the future intent of being able to fully emerge as the tenant for the facility with a direct relationship with the city of Shreveport. For their purposes, the ability to be able to sublease and bring jobs ends up being in their favor because of the favorable terms already in existence for the MBI lease.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, just for correction, the lease payments are $20,000 a year. They pay us $100,000 per 5 years payable in advance. So it's $20,000 a year for the lease payments.
Okay. Thank you very much. And of course, Mr. Mayor, I know you and I will be on that for the next 6 months, checking the job situation.
Well, they got 5 years
Huh?
to produce the jobs.
But I know, but he and I got about 6
So you'll
months.
be running again then, right?
No, no. After the day, after the day, I'm washing my hands of politics. You know, who was that?
You can't, Mr. Shine.
Yeah, I got to wash my hands.
Washing it and gonna
Yeah,
fix it.
yeah.
Washing won't fix it, I'm just gonna tell you that.
Get the blood out. I almost had to show my religion today. But that's the way it goes sometimes. You know,
the old literature classes.
Mr. Chairman, council members, just to be clear, what we have here is a situation that will take us from the I guess the impasse, for lack of a better way of putting it. We were not able to effectively find the MBI folks in sufficient enough default to be able to remove them from the facility. They did not have the resources necessary to be able to do much more than what they were doing. We're very fortunate that Mr. Schoonover saw this as an opportunity to be able to make it a win-win all the way around.
Right.
And simply it's a smart and a shrewd business move on his part to simply move forward in a way that allows him to continue to operate under the present terms of the lease, at least in an interim, with the intent of being able to adjust those as we go forward. And that by introducing this.
We started on this years ago.
Yes, we did.
Right.
It was still beard coat when we started, and that situation had its ups and downs and eventually flattened out. The Bidco folks had an option with MBI that allowed them to be able to take over the facility under the same lease terms that Beardco had it, and we have been pretty much stuck up until this point. So,
because Ron and I thought we was going to have to go out there and go to work.
Well, now,
and we're going to take Dale with us.
Right. Here is the good news, Mr. Shine, if you'll give me just one additional moment. Okay. Mr. Webb is correct that based on the contractual terms that they have for the $17 million worth of assistance coming from the state, they have 5 years to meet those job numbers. Mr. Schoonover stated yesterday during the press conference that he anticipates that within the next 15 to 24 months, they should hit those numbers. And he said, while he's not making, his approach is to under-promise and over-deliver. And he gave an example, said when he opened up, it was either Fiber Bond or Selection, I can't remember which one. Commitment was for 100 jobs. They now employ 700.
That's wonderful.
And so I said to him afterwards, if you can just give me that same factor of 7 in terms of what you're going to do here, then we'll have a few thousand in just a couple of years. So
that's what we need. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. At this particular time, do we have anyone that would like to speak in opposition of adding this legislation to the agenda? If not, anybody who would like to speak in favor of adding this legislation to the agenda? If not, give me a motion.
So moved. Second.
Been moved by Councilwoman McCullough, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins, that we would add this legislation to the agenda. All in favor, vote yes. Opposed, no. Legislation has been added with a 7-0 vote to the agenda.
Yeah, that's both 52 and 66, right?
Yes. Okay, Ms. Critchett, we want you to come. Public comments at this time.
Well, I started to say good afternoon, but good evening. Good evening, Mayor Glover and Chairman Shine and council members. My name is Adrienne Critcher, 817 Ontario Street, Shreveport, 71106. I am here to speak again in favor of an ordinance before you today, Ordinance 55, that will create the Human Relations Commission. There were quite a few people here in the audience earlier in support of this ordinance too. Most of them had to leave, but a few of you, if you just raise your hands or stand up to the ones that are here that managed to stick around a little longer. There were there were children to pick up and mothers to take care of and jobs to go to. So we had about a dozen people here, but I was the only one who was going to speak. We didn't want to try your patience too much longer. But I've spoken to you before about the Human Relations Commission that will be established, I hope, today. This is simply a follow-on from the Shreveport Fairness Ordinance that you passed back in December. This will be the enforcement mechanism, but we anticipate that it will be primarily a commission that will educate and mediate. This commission is going to be very similar to the one in New Orleans, and based on conversations with their director there, most of the grievances filed are handled through mediation. 99% of their grievances are handled through mediation without any fines. It turns out that most of their grievances come from the African American community, and even though they have recourse through the courts, it's much simpler, it's cheaper for everyone if a grievance can be filed and handled, especially through mediation, with the Human Relations Commission. So this just creates understanding among diverse elements of the community. There will, of course, be grievances filed by the LGBT community because they have no recourse through the courts. There are no state laws in Louisiana or federal laws that protect LGBT people. So we will have a minimum number of claims from them, I'm sure, as New Orleans does. New Orleans receives about 1 to 2 complaints a month. We expect that we will have a similar situation, maybe fewer, once the commission is established. We have a mediation expert, retired Judge Frank Thaxton, who has offered his services on a volunteer basis, as our whole commission will be, to do some training for the commission once it's in place on mediation. He has offered to help the commission in any way possible that he can. I attended a workshop in Shreveport back in April that was given by the Greater New Orleans Fair Housing Action Center, and they too have offered to help us on any housing issues. Also recall that the Greater Shreveport Chamber of Commerce here in Shreveport and the African American Chamber of Shreveport-Bossier both strongly supported the Shreveport Fairness Ordinance. Those of us who have advocated for a fairness ordinance have strongly believed that its primary purpose is preventative, not punitive. A Human Relations Commission is a powerful platform to help create better understanding between the diverse communities that make up our city. We believe through education and mediation, we can bring our city together. Working together, we can be so much more together than any individual or any one group can be acting alone. So I hope that you all will all vote today to create this Human Relations Commission. I think it can do a lot of good for our city. So thank you very much.
Ms. Critchie, thank you very much. Is it anyone else at this juncture, you've been here for so long, that have any public comments? If not,
Mr. Chairman, can we suspend the rules and bring up that human relations vote? I seem to have some people that's been hanging around a long time. Maybe
if
they'd like
that's
to know the results.
If that's the pleasure of the chair, okay, it's been moved and seconded that we would suspend the rules and bring up, Mr. Thompson, what number is that?
I bet Adrian knows that.
Ordinance 55.
55. Ordinance number
Ordinance 55. We're gonna do it all in one motion.
Number 55, amend.
Yeah, okay, let's vote. Okay, the rules have been suspended with the 7-0 vote, and let's bring that up, Mr. Thompson.
Amends and reenacts Chapter 39 of the Code of Ordinances relative to human relations to establish a Human Relations Commission to provide relative to its officers and powers, to provide relative to administrative matters, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
Been moved by Councilman White Carbon, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. Sam Jenkins and Oliver Jenkins. It just goes to show you how much power you got behind it. All in favor vote yes, opposed is no. Okay, this piece of legislation passes with a 6-1 vote. Oliver, you was about to make me incorrectly count.
It's been a day of surprises, I
Yeah,
might add.
it's been very surprises. Thank you, and thank you for the hard work that you all do. Thank you.
Chairman, I believe.
And I want to thank Councilman Sam Jenkins for loving y'all so much, so he could bring you up here and you could get home and cook supper.
Absolutely.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, we're back in your hands, please.
I believe we're on the confirmations on appointments.
That's
we have
correct.
Two, Assistant to the Director of the Water and Sewer Department, Ms. Janet Jackson. You want to take both of them at the same time?
Please, and what is the pleasure of the council?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Carbon, and second, did I hear you all?
If you need me, you got me.
Well, I might need you.
I'm on it.
All in favor, vote yes, opposed is no. These people have been confirmed with the 7-0 vote. And Mr. Sibley, you and the mayor, I think y'all made some good selections this time. You know, anytime you can get me and Oliver to vote on your selections, you know you're doing pretty good, man.
Good job, Bob.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Now I don't know how long. Now I don't know how long we're gonna be in your pocket like that. But you gotta stay here.
Let me suspend the rules.
There, you see him, man.
Already added. The added part's over.
All right. Well, man, you could be right though. This has been a day of all kind of tricks and trades. So maybe to spin the rules. Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Thompson.
Under number 8, we have one resolution. It's number 99. It authorizes Holtec. You say something, B?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Building and Development Corporation to connect to lots 159, 160, 183, and 186 Norris Ferry Crossing, unit number 6 to the water and sewer system of the city.
So it's been moved by Councilman Mike Carbon, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
Any questions or discussion? If not, all in favor vote yes, opposed is no. This piece of legislation passes with a 7-0 vote.
We're now on the resolutions on second reading and final passage. Number 94 authorizes the matter to execute a donation agreement between the City of Shreveport and Providence Development for the private water and sewer improvements for Providence Phase 2 Units A and B and related facilities.
Second.
Been moved by Councilman Mike Carbon, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. It seemed like they've been together all day today. All in favor vote yes, opposed is no.
I just think that's a good project.
Okay, this piece of legislation passes with the 7-0 vote.
95A
Sam, I'm gonna think
authorizes a
Mike had done it
modification of the terms of the home loan agreement between the City of Shreveport, Cornerstone Assistance Foundation, Inc., and Southwood Gardens Adult Community Partnership in regards to Southwood Gardens Apartment and to otherwise provide with respect thereto.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Councilman Sam Jenkins, second by Councilman Oliver Jenkins. Any questions or discussion? If not, all in favor vote yes, opposed is no. This piece of legislation passes with the 7-0 vote.
Number 96 and 97, a public hearing is to be held on June the 24th, so 96 and 97 should be postponed.
So moved.
It's been moved by
Second.
Councilman Oliver Jenkins, second by Councilman Mike Carvin to postpone this. Did the three of y'all have dinner today together? Okay. All in favor vote yes. Mr. Mayor, I have to check on them.
I heard they was out the Holiday Inn, Mr. Shine.
And you tell me I missed it, I didn't see him? You tell me they was out of Holiday and I didn't see him? Don't y'all do that anymore now. Y'all come out and let me know when you're down there.
We're in the booth behind.
Yeah, this just happened to be one of the days I was home trying to put on a suit. Now, if it hadn't been for that, I'd have been down there, Rose. All right, this passes with the 7-0 vote. Mr. Thompson, I'm sorry.
Number 98 is a resolution selecting the Times as the official journal for the City of Shreveport.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilman Ron Webb, second by Councilman Jeff Everson. Any questions or discussion? If not, I know we got the, I almost said the best paper in town, but not say that. All in favor vote yes, opposed or no. This piece of legislation passes with the 7-0 vote.
100, suspend certain provisions of Chapter 10 relative to alcoholic beverages for July the 12th concerning the dispensing, sale, and/or consumption of alcoholic beverages at 1251 Dazelle Street, Great Raft Brewing, hosted by Go Play Highland Restoration Association for a 5K race benefiting Great Results.
Been moved by Councilman Jeff Everson, second by Councilwoman McCullough. I'm trying to think if my religious beliefs would let me vote. Well, I guess. Man, we Methodists and we can drink a little water, huh? Dale. Legislation passes with the 7-0 vote.
101 declares a city's interest in certain adjudicated properties as surplus.
So moved.
Been moved by Councilman Sam Jenkins, second by Councilman Jeff Everson. Any questions or discussion? If not, all in favor vote yes, opposed is no. This piece of legislation passes with the 7-0 vote.
Introduction of resolutions not to be adopted prior to June the 24th. 101 ratifies the use of certain equipment by Urban Support Agency. 103 authorizes the mayor to execute a donation agreement between the City of Shreveport and Juniper Builders herein for the private water and sewer improvements for Long Lake Subdivision Unit Number 21 and related facilities. Those are the only two.
Mr. Craig, it's been moved by Councilman Mike Carvin, second by Councilman Jeff Everson, that legislation would be introduced. We'll lay over for 2 weeks. At that time, Councilman Jenkins, it may or may not be acted upon. All in favor vote yes, opposed is no. Introduced with a 7-0 vote.
We are now under introduction of ordinances not to be adopted prior to June the 24th, 2014. As I indicated yesterday, if there are no objections, we'll change 60 to 65. 65 amends the 2014 capital improvements budget. 61 amends the 2014 Community Development Special Revenue Fund budget. Number 62 repeals part of ordinance number 9 of 2007, which created a four-way stop intersection at Danfield Court, Hemsdale Court, and Stonehaven Drive, and enacts the intersection of Dansfield Court, Hemsdale Court, and Stonehaven Drive as a two-way stop intersection. Number 63 amends the 2014 general fund budget and otherwise provides with respect thereto. Mr. Shine, this is the budget for the SPAR summer track program.
Great.
So move for introduction.
It has been moved by Councilman Sam Jenkins and second by Councilman Mike Carvin, since they've been together all day. Favor vote yes, opposed is no.
I'm gonna be real messy, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Archie was with him.
No. You wait till Archie hear that.
That's what you call messy.
Yeah, you wait till
That's
Archie.
real messy.
You know, you see, Mayor, you trying to
real
break up some friendships. I don't know
You're
what
not helping.
I don't know whether I would entertain that. Yeah. I'm gonna have to tell Archie. It's been introduced with a 7-0 vote.
He's saying that because I told him we were all proud of him for being quiet today.
Yeah, okay, that's now we'll agree to that. We'll agree to that. We'll agree to that.
Introduction of ordinances not to be adopted prior to July the 8th, 2014. Authorizes the mayor to execute all necessary legal instruments to effect the exchange of certain immovable property owned by the city of Shreveport for certain immovable property owned by Louisiana CVS Pharmacy LLC, repealing ordinance number 35 of 2014 and otherwise providing with respect thereto. And Mr. Shine, there was one that was added. I don't know whether it goes under this one or the prior one, but we need to introduce it. It's the ordinance authorizing an amendment to the agreement and lease with MBI Global LLC.
We'll put it right here. So
Move for
it's
introduction.
been moved by Councilman Oliver Jenkins, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins.
I thought it was Councilwoman McCullough.
That's right.
I just want to keep you. Oh,
You know you don't hear well out of it right
That's
here.
right.
He's at that age.
that's right. I don't
You
hear
don't hear
well.
well out of
Let's
it
give it
right
to her,
here.
Mr. Chairman. I think she's sucking that.
Well,
It's good either way.
well, let's do that because it's very seldom the two of them on the same.
You don't need to cuss.
On the same. Oh, I'm sorry, then.
Press it again, Ms. McCullough.
I'm like the mayor over there. I might be causing some confusion. But you wait till I see Archie. You- And I hope the chief don't hear me say this, but chief, he might need to have somebody to fix a flat for him. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Huh?
the 7-0 vote.
Right, 7-0 vote.
We're now in the ordinances on second reading and final passage. Number 36 amends and reenacts Article 4 of Chapter 30 of the Code of Ordinances relative to fireworks. There was some discussion about tabling this until July the 22nd, 2014.
So moved to table.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Oliver Jenkins to table, been seconded by Councilman Mike Corbin. My tongue got a little tired. All in favor, vote yes. Opposed, no. This piece of legislation has been tabled until after, what, July?
It's the second meeting in July, I believe
It's
it's.
the second meeting in July, so it's after July the 4th.
Mr. Chairman, we added ordinance number 52 back to the agenda. It authorizes the mayor to execute a contract with Dr. David Clemens to grant access and permission to plant and maintain live oak trees on the east right-of-way of Cresswell Avenue and otherwise provides with respect to...
What's the pleasure?
I believe we need to postpone that to the next meeting.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Mike Corbin to postpone and been seconded by Councilwoman McCullough. All in favor, vote yes. Opposed is no. Sam, I heard very well this time. I turned my head sideways so I could put that goodie over that way.
Number 53 amends the 2014 capital improvements budget. That's by Mr. Everson. I don't know whether...
Move to postpone to the next meeting. Second.
It's been moved to postpone by Councilman Jeff Everson, and it's been seconded by Councilwoman McCullough. Sam, I heard you, but I knew you would rather for me to give in to the female. All in favor, vote yes. Opposed is no. Okay, this piece of legislation has been postponed.
Number 54 authorizes an amendment to the agreement and lease with MB Industries LLC. I don't know whether the intent is to withdraw it or to table it at this point.
Withdraw.
I'll make a
Withdrawal is a
It's
request.
been moved by Councilman Oliver Jenkins to withdraw, second by Councilman Mike Corbin. I'm turning this way, so if I didn't hear you good, I can see your lips move. I can read lips. Okay. I learned that, Sam, I learned how to read lips when I was in school. Sometimes you'd be in classes in college and you'd have so many people in there and you couldn't hear very well, so you'd have to read lips.
Absolutely.
All right.
Particularly if they're not saying something nice about you.
That's true. Yeah, that's
It's
true.
an excellent time to be able to approve.
That's true, Oliver. I didn't want to bring that in. But that's true. Okay, that's with a 7-0 vote. Thank you.
55 was adopted. 56A, rezones property located on the northwest corner of West Canal and West 70th Street from B2 to B3 Community Business District.
I'd like to move on that. I got no opposition on that, Gene. So, we're gonna move on that.
Second?
Okay, it's been seconded by Councilman Sam Jenkins. I heard you that time, Sam. All in favor, vote yes. Opposed, is nay. This piece of legislation. This piece of legislation passes with a 7-0 vote.
Number 57, rezones property located on the northeast side of North Market, 1,200 feet north of Tanglewood Drive, and being also 190 feet northeast of North Market from B2 to B2E Neighborhood Business Extended Use District, limited to an indoor dog training, grooming, and overnight boarding facility only.
So moved.
Been moved by Councilman Rose McCullough, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. Any questions or discussion? If not, all in favor vote yes, opposed is no. Legislation passes with the 7-0 vote.
Number 58, rezones property located on the south side of Olive Street, bounded by Southern Avenue and Buckner Street, from B2 Neighborhood Business District to RAE Residence Agriculture Extended Use District, limited to a nonprofit community garden.
It's been moved by Councilman Jeff Everson, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. Any questions or discussion? If not, all in favor vote yes, opposed is no. This piece of legislation passes with the 7-0 vote.
Number 56, rezones property located on the northwest corner of Uri Drive and East Washington, 176 feet, 59 feet north of East Washington, from B2E Neighborhood Business Extended Use District to B3 Community Business District.
It's been moved by Councilman Jeff Everson, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. Did I hear you?
He changed it.
He corrected it.
Oh, okay.
All in favor vote yes, opposed is no.
The second was by Councilman Sam Jenkins.
Correct.
I believe that's what I heard. Now, you gotta remember, B, I don't hear well.
I didn't hear you. Yeah, selective.
Okay.
What you
Very selective here. And very selective timing. This piece of legislation passes with a 7-0 vote.
Number 60, rezones property located on the southeast side of East 70th Street, 2,300 feet east of Dixie Gardens Road, from B2 Neighborhood Business District to B3 Community Business District.
Second.
Been moved by Councilman Mark Carvin, second by Councilwoman Rose McCullough. Any questions or discussion at this point? If not, all in favor vote yes, opposed is no. Piece of legislation passes with a 7-0 vote.
So I believe that's all of the legislation that's on the agenda to be adopted today, unless somebody wants to pull something from the table.
Mr. Thompson, I believe you're right. Now, is it anybody want to pull anything from the table?
No, but I'd like to, if I can, make a motion about a piece of ordinance that is in the clerk's report today. Can I do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that motion would be to postpone BAC 4414 until July 22nd. That piece of legislation has to do with an appeal about Broadmoor Baptist Church and the neighbors. Both sides are trying to work things together. There's a community meeting tomorrow night about it. There's a lot of things, and they just need time to kind of come to some agreement. And so I'd like to get it out there early, give everybody a chance to, find out when the real date will be. So,
Second. You got a second?
Okay.
20, is it the 22nd, right? Isn't it?
Second.
Now, what?
Unless I have the date wrong.
July the 22nd.
Is that not the council meeting? Okay.
Now, what, did we agree on the date?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Oliver Jenkins, second by Councilman Everson, that we would remove that to, what is it now, July the 22nd. All in favor, vote yes, opposed is no. That piece of legislation
Press it again, huh?
passed.
Need
I get it in?
You got it.
Chairman?
Yes.
By the powers vested in me as mayor of the city of Shreveport, I shall declare on tomorrow that Mr. Jenkins shall be known as Councilman Solomon Jenkins.
Wow. Wow. That is quite a title.
You know, when one is given those names, it's always best to do a little research about some other implications before you accept that anointment. So
focus on the Solomon.
I'm going to cautiously just nod.
You can drop the Councilman, drop the Jenkins, put King in front. And exercise the wisdom thereof.
Where's the Shreveport Times? We need to see that headline. Mayor declares Councilman
Oliver Jenkins.
will give him a royal name.
Okay.
That doesn't happen very often, Mr. Mayor.
Let's move on to the committee of the whole. If we're going to go
kind of
into
divine intervention to bring that to a proper
before we
compromise.
rename anybody else.
Yeah, 'cause I'm thinking Delilah's sitting up here.
I know what it is. I know what it is, man. I believe you looking to get that vote that you need.
I want to help him.
Yeah.
With that problem he has over there.
There you go. Okay. Mr. Thompson?
I believe we're down to, I don't think we have anything else except the committee of the whole.
I don't believe we do. Okay, is there a motion for the council to resolve itself into a committee of the whole? Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Mike Carbon, second by Councilman Oliver Jenkins. All in favor vote yes, opposed is no. By 7-0 vote, we're in.
Oh, wait, I pressed the wrong button the second
We're
time.
into the committee of the
Still
whole.
go to the committee of whole. It's all right.
Yeah, we're going anyway. All right, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to once again express great appreciation to Steve Schoonover and his lovely wife for their commitment to Shreveport. Announcement on yesterday's Modular X, which will bring in 357 new jobs, keep 109. Average salaries of $50,000. Just more good news. And as Scott Martinez reminded us of yesterday during the announcement, that total of 1,700 new jobs that have come to Northwest Louisiana just since January of this year. So. And certainly appreciate the cooperation and support of this council in terms of facilitating our efforts to deal with the lease issue. Also, Mr. Chairman, want to make a point to remind council members that the annual employee picnic is this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It will be at the Southern Hills Recreation Center, so we'll be hosted in Mr. Webb's district. Starts at 10 a.m. Wraps up around 2, and my cannonball is scheduled for 1:30 sharp. So, so make sure you don't miss it. You missed the treat last year if you weren't there. And then lastly, want to express great appreciation, Mr. Chairman, members of the council, to Sam Voisin and all the folks over at the Municipal Auditorium. Now, my musical tastes are somewhat broad. I have to admit, I did not know at all who Mr. Jack White was, or happens to be, but Jack White performed here very recently at the Municipal Auditorium. He is one of the more popular musicians apparently anywhere in the world right now. In fact, I saw his image on the cover of this month's Rolling Stone magazine. But he came to Shreveport, could have been in Dallas, could have been New Orleans, but said he wanted to not only be in Shreveport, but specifically to perform at the Municipal Auditorium. And it was a sold-out crowd, great performance, and we look forward to having him and many, many others to be able to return. Lastly, I want to say kudos to all the folks involved with the Shreveport Farmers Market. They kicked off, I believe, on May 31st was the first Saturday. Unfortunately, we've gone a little bit too long to catch their Tuesday hours. Last Saturday was their second weekend, but it is bigger and better than ever. They're using both pavilions, and folks are just there having a wonderful, wonderful time and consuming some great food and showing exactly how many great farmers and makers we have right here in North Louisiana. So encourage all those out there, come out Saturday from 7 to 12 or next Tuesday from 3 to 6 and have a chance to be able to get some great produce, some organically grown meat, and just some wonderful things that you can only find at a farmer's market.
I got something at my house right now. Shelley, my son has introduced me to some bluegrass music. And,
I love it.
you're right. Let's see, I don't know whether, this will come under, but let's see if we can get somebody to, get a nice bluegrass group down here. Those of you who not, you'd be surprised, how you would enjoy it.
You know,
Sam,
they have a very nice annual bluegrass festival in Arcadia. So, short drive if you want to go see some live acts. They get some good ones performing over there. I'm sure we can get them to come over here.
That's good, but we want to get some here in Shreveport.
I'm sure we can.
If you dance, I want to come video.
Oh, wait a minute, Ron. Wait a minute.
You gotta teach him, Ron.
Wait a minute, Ron. Wait a minute. Now, Ron asking for too much. Yeah, Ron asking for too much. Okay, any, yeah.
Tanya says that we did not approve the minutes.
Huh?
I thought we did.
She's right.
I don't
She's
think
right.
we did.
I thought we did. I really thought we did, but she's right. All in favor of approving the minutes? It was moved by Councilman Jeff Everson, second by Councilman Ron Webb. Okay, all in favor, raise your hand. That's with a
6-4, one out of the.
okay.
There you go.
There you
7-0.
Yeah, 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Oliver, we wasn't gonna leave you out of this vote. Now, the vote that I wanted to leave you out of, you were here to make it. So, Dale, you see that, the very vote that I wanted to, I asked him to go down and get me a bottle of water, but he wouldn't do it. I wanted to get him out so we could be, if not, council will, oh, I'm sorry.
I was just going to make a follow-up on the statement that the mayor made about the farmer's market. It was great. All has been great the last few years. It really is growing into a really regional draw. And some of their vendors haven't even been there yet because their growing season isn't up. So it's actually going to grow more as the summer goes on. And this weekend is a great time to check it out because actually in conjunction with an upcoming Unseen event, which is our arts series in the Shreveport Common area, they're going to, at the customer service booth, have a surprise or secret ingredient. And people are encouraged to go find out what the secret ingredient is. And then if you make something with that ingredient, you can bring it to Art Space on Monday the 16th. And they're going to have some world-famous chefs there that are going to judge the local farm-to-table, like what you can do with local food. And they're going to have a competition. So it's a fun way if you're a cook, if you like cooking fresh. It's just sort of a community challenge that they've put out there. So try your hand at it if you like. Give you a good reason to go to the farmer's market and check it out if you haven't gone before. And Jack White is actually well within my musical wheelhouse. And it was a fantastic show. Not only did he put on a great show, but you've got to give it to Shreveport. We were an incredible audience. It was packed. The energy was incredible. And the venue was just excellent. So many congrats to all who participated. The upcoming show later this summer that I think will also appeal to a broad audience, perhaps a different audience, some overlap, but is Maxwell, who's going to be performing in August. Maxwell is probably also going to be a sold-out show, and just more proof of great artists coming to the area. So,
Mr. Mayor, I gave up my public cooking the year that you and I was on, maybe 15 or 20 years ago when we were cooking for the Southern Scholarship Fund.
Actually, Mr. Shine, Mavis Wallet started that as a fundraiser, if you remember, and I think it was for Wiley, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was.
I think it was for Wiley. I made my bachelor beans, and you cooked as well, and they had the actual cookbook as well.
That's exactly right.
That would have been about 20 years ago.
Yeah, I gave up my public cooking, but now I will have to admit, I do cook at home sometimes.
Rest assured that I and my son will be taking on that mantle for this year's Sioux State.
All right.
Gentlemen's cooking class and the Little Chefs.
That's
so
right.
We'll see how we do.
We will now reconvene back into our regular session and meeting's adjourned. Appreciate. I'm sorry. Oh, wait. I could not go home if I didn't let Sammy come up, please. Come up. The mayor would whip me if I didn't end this meeting without letting Sammy.
I'd have to order the police to lock the door.
That's right. That's exactly right.
I didn't want to be left out.
Yeah, come on, Sammy.
Yes, good evening. Sammy Mears, 1901 Centenary Boulevard, Shreveport, 71101. I come this evening because of something that happened on May 29th that I was telling Cedric about earlier. We had a very bad disturbance over on Centenary Boulevard at Oak Meadows. I don't know who was doing it, but somebody was over at our M building banging on doors either at M109 or M111 downstairs at 5:25 a.m. Thursday morning, and they wouldn't stop. Now, I just went up to my door and I said, "Stop that," and I went back.
You sure that wasn't Jeff trying to wake you up?
No, I don't think so.
Pretty sure it wasn't.
Okay.
But anyway, what was just so ridiculous was that they just kept on, and I finally went back to bed to lay on the couch for a little while, and the next thing I know, about 5 minutes later, 4 shots were fired outside of our building, right directly outside of the building. And I went on ahead and I called the law to please come over and see if there were any shells that were fired, and they came over, but they couldn't find any. And they said there might have just been a revolver that could have gone off, and if the revolver did go off, it wouldn't fire any shots. And I know that I wasn't making things up, and I wasn't just hearing things, I know what I know. They just told me that if anything like this comes up again, be sure and give them a call back. We had 4 police cars that came. Nobody even bothered to step up and take time to help me make the report that they had heard something. And I was kind of depending on the people downstairs and across the hall, and they just didn't do anything. So I had to go this thing alone. But the police believed what I said. They didn't say I made any false reports. But they said if you hear something again, you be sure and call us back and let us know, and we'll look into it. And also, I want to wish all the fathers a happy Father's Day, because today I took Don Hanley out to the Bossier Trade Hose on the airline drive to treat him out, so he got what he wanted, and I got fish and fries and a cold drink. So he kind of asked me, just out of curiosity, if I was man enough to change, and I said, well, if you're really a man, you wouldn't be threatened by another man who knows what he wants. So anyway, Cedric, I did want you to know about that gunshot situation, because I don't just pretend to hear things. I know what I heard. That's why I told you during the time we had our recess. You deserve to know. Of course, this has been a good day. I took Don out, so I know when he gets the opportunity, he'll look forward to taking me out for my next birthday, and that won't be until next February. But it was a good day that me and Don got a chance to fellowship while we had a good meal at Bossier Trade Hose. And when we got outside after we left, I just had to be sure that even though there's a train track there, that we weren't going to get stopped by a train and I would end up being late, because I don't want to be late for these meetings. You know how I am, picky.
Thank you. All right. Meeting's adjourned.
Eric Cantor lost. Yeah. The majority leader in the U.S. House of Representatives got primary.
He must have lost to
Eric
Tea Party.
Cantor.
He must, was it Tea Party member?
I didn't know how.
Yeah, 7th District in Virginia.